copyright charges for using the title of a very famous pop song, but a thriller it will be.
It's going to be a really, really strong way to round out the season as well. So many opportunities for these drivers here around this track. And, I mean, just talk to me about this place, because when you see it on a map like we've got here in front of us, it doesn't look like the hardest circuit in the world. There's one bit of the circuit that stands out, of course, on the left-hand side. But, in fairness, it's a lot trickier than it looks, because on that map, when it's 2D, you don't get the elevation, do you?
No, you don't, and you don't get the narrowness and the proximity of the walls as well, and all these things contribute to make it all the trickier. Indeed, the 4 classes of cars that we mentioned before, Belcar 1 through 4, well, it's gonna create a circus. I think, to put it mildly. I think we're gonna see a struggle to survive for 4 hours here without being involved in something. But that's also what we've been talking about coming into this one, Chaz, that yet again, I think we're going to see traffic as a deciding factor.
Yeah, definitely. I truly do agree with you on that one. There's going to be so many moments tonight where the drivers have to be properly on their toes. But we have a few things to just go over, just do a little bit of housekeeping here. Urano Esports, Fabrice Cornelis and Koen Klotman, at the moment, well, I'll say that like it's going to change, they are the champions. It's as simple as that. They have won the championship here in the Virtual Belcar Winter Series. Nobody can physically catch them now on points. They have 107 points, and their nearest rivals are these guys, Traxxas by JMV Services on 52. But it's still interesting in that championship fight, though, isn't it, Hasse? Because Dynamics Radical Racing and Traxxas JWS Motorsport are actually tied on 50 points, only 2 points back. So best of the rest can still be up for grabs here tonight.
Yeah, we got Simstakers in 5th in the championship on 45 as well, so it's really open in that fight for 2nd in Belcar 1. And I think that's going to be one to watch for as well as the night goes on. It's a little bit of a similar situation in Belcar 2, Chaz, because Bingo by Simtag EMG having scored almost, or exactly, actually, I'll just correct myself, this is exactly the double the amount of points of Optimal Sim Racing Red. It is, apologies. 106 points to 58. So very much a crowned champions indeed. They're the 111 car that's been, shall we say, dominant throughout the season, Chaz. But the fight for second still very much on between Optimal Sim Racing Red, Vapor Shop, RDR Motorsports, Flemish Sim Sports Yellow GTE, and BMS GT3 Cup Belcar could, in theory, all still fight it out for that second place. So that's also very open there.
Yeah, indeed. It's going to be very interesting to see how all those guys get on. I'm just checking that we've got... Apologies, I've got Thomas Stockman's down as... he's actually racing in the GT4 pack now, is Thomas Stockman's for Team MRS. I still have him down in a Radical at the moment, because obviously he was previously at Urano Esports, wasn't he? With Fabrice Cornelis and Koen Klotman last season. Like you say, though, the Porsche Cup, very intriguing indeed. But I think the main fight, and this is in no disrespect to the TCR cars, as Vince Peters tries to see if he can... Oh, hello! I was going to say, tries to see if he can make orange blend in with the grass. But that car there, Rob Tyson, is actually the leading car in the GT4 championship at the moment. They are on 86 points at Chris Motorsport number 15. And they are only 3 points clear of Flemish Sim Racing Black, who are actually the fastest in GT4 at the moment, with Senna Hulsmans behind the wheel. 3 points between them. Nobody else can get near in the championship. So we've got a real head-to-head with those guys tonight, haven't we, Hasse? And literally, I think it's going to come down to whichever of them finishes ahead of the other.
Yeah, very much so. And it's a battle that's been raging for the entirety of the season, from the opening round to now. It's been swinging back and forth, and this is the battle for me, the one really to watch, because the GT4s have just been excellent all season long. Yeah, Chris BMW has been top of the BMWs, but it's been so nice to see, close moment there, that the BMWs have actually been pacing up compared to previous times, and is now really able to take the fight to the Porsche Cayman GT4s, which is something that was lacking a little bit at the early introduction days of the BMW. Now we have it, and it's going to be interesting to see just how that plays out here. We got the Roaring Chicken Nuggets, of course, back again as well. They're ninth, having picked up 15 championship points so far.
Interesting to note, though, they used to be in a BMW, didn't they? They're now in a Porsche.
Did they? I have to be honest, Chaz. I don't remember, but yeah. Oh!
Philip Vligen's testing the integrity of the tyre barriers there for just a moment. We can't ignore these TCRs. Look at all these BMS cars together here in a big train as they go around to the final couple of corners. We can't really ignore this TCR battle either, can we? I mean, in that class you have Optimal Sim Racing Blue, who've won the last 3 rounds on the trot after finishing second in the first race at Donington. And Flemish Sim Sports White are the only ones keeping them on their toes at the moment. But the gap is 17 points. You get 25 for a race win. So really, all that the Optimal Sim Racing Blue guys need to do tonight is score, what, 8 points, 7 points? So all you need to do that is finish 6th in class. So I think they've got, I wouldn't call it an easy job because we know how fast this field is, but I'd say they've got the easiest job out there of the cars that could wrap up a championship tonight.
Yeah, indeed. It's an easier situation, much more so than the GT4s. And, well, the only drivers with easier jobs, as you said earlier, Chaz, as we found out, they've already got their titles wrapped up by the last round at Zolder. So, but still a lot of interest here to this one. It's not a track that I'm all too familiar with. I think I've done a single commentary gig here at Mosport. I have to admit, I've never raced, and my rig has recently, literally, not fallen apart, but buckled. Oh, as buckled as well there on that front end of the Porsche. Kind of the same thing that happened to my poor Placey challenge. But anyways, that's besides the point. What I wanted to say was usually coming into a race like this, do a few laps just to get a feel of what exactly is on the menu for the drivers, but I haven't been able to do so for this race, which is a little frustrating, I think, but that's what it is. Robert Becker still in for the Roaring Chicken Nuggets. We go on with our trusted helicopter, indeed.
I'm trying to get a view of the roof. Kevin Lowers has said they've made a big change delivery on the roof. I can see a heart, and there is some text, but I can't quite see what it says. I'm going to be a little bit cheeky here, and I'm going to see if I can get this to work. I can zoom in from the... Oh, why would it go right behind there? It says, with love, Chaz, on the we love Chaz on the roof of the car. Cheers, boys. Much appreciated. Much appreciated indeed. We'll now have to go on to another car just so we can get the chopper cam and change that back to how it was. But thank you very much, gents. That is greatly appreciated. Thank you very much. We hope you have a good race this evening. It's not seeming to zoom out now, which is wonderful. So excuse me while the UI comes up. There you go. Sorry, everyone, but it had to be done. It's all in the name of banter, so don't take that too seriously. But thank you very much, boys. Mucho appreciate. I hope it brings you plenty of luck. Well, at the end of the day, I'm a commentator, aren't I, Hasse? So, you know, we don't... as soon as we see anything positive about cars on track, it doesn't bring them good luck. It means they crash.
Yeah, indeed, that is the good old curse of the commentator, and I think we've all tried it a time or 10, or maybe even more, depending on our time spent in the business, in the booth, if you will. But it always happens, and it's just as well as you're always bound to be wrong at times. You're always bound to make some kind of prophecy, and for it to just come undone or come untrue the following second, it's a law of nature, it seems, and there isn't really much to do about it. And I think in the end, all you have to do is really just see if you can pull a bit of a wry smile. Tim Grevin might be having a bit of a tough time finding his wry smile there, especially if he was on a fast lap here, Chaz, although he did have a bit of traffic. but only 10 minutes remaining in qualifying now.
Yeah, not long at all, and it is Fabrice Cornelis that is leading the way to Urano Esports. Colin Spork, I mean, we spoke to Colin last time out, and he's a very, very talented young man, it has to be said, and incredibly polite as well. He was great to speak to during the race at Zolder. But here's an interesting thing that we're going to see tonight. The Porsche Cup cars are going to be faster down that straight than the Radicals, but look at the pace difference there. Oh, he's actually blown it up, I think.
Yeah, he's blown his engine here in qualifying. That's... Oh,
it could be worse. Leslie Arts just having a moment there with the wall. It's easy to do that, though, around here, and you'll see that a lot tonight. There's not really any runoff around this place. It's other than this massive area of runoff right in front of our faces now, but a lot of the time when you're on the racing line here, you're very close to the grass or a curb, and it can easily chuck you off the circuit before you know it. And the walls aren't too far away in some of the important sections here, especially on the exit of turn 1. We are going to see cars spinning on the exit of here tonight, so people will have to really take care, especially on the edge of that curb there where all the dirt is, and on the grass on the right before the left-hander. There's going to be some scary, scary moments this evening, Hasse, but I cannot wait. I'm very excited for it.
Yeah, very much so, and I think take into that mix the element of 4 classes of traffic, and it becomes all the more difficult. We've seen so many small touches here and there, so many small incidents that are just magnified tenfold by the amount of traffic that we have on track. And interestingly so, just having a look, seems we have 42 cars lining up for tonight's race. Fabrice Cornelis even here finds himself in a very rare... I don't think I've ever seen that, Chaz.
No, I think he just got caught out there by the slower car as he tried to get around him into the double kink. Now, we ought to jump on board with somebody, really, that's near the end of a lap. Now, Christophe Rass is near the end of a lap in the 999, the 999 Flemish SimSports yellow machine. So this is what it looks like at the final corner, down the very short straight here. There is the line, just before the bridge. Long turn 1, late apex, quite bumpy on the inside. Let it run out wide, don't hit the grass. Get the car over to the right, blind entrance to turn 2 as well. And it tightens midway round just as you get to the bottom of the hill. There, you'll see cars bottoming out there and spinning, but suddenly the grip comes to them. Long right-hander again. This is another corner that tightens just before the end, and you've got to take quite a late apex. Similar to turn 1, on the exit you've got to get the car all the way over to the right for a big downhill. Scary corner indeed. A lot of them will be lifting down here and hard on the brakes. Easily the hardest corner on the circuit. You've got one right going up the hill. The car tries to get away from you on the brakes as it goes over the crest. Then you've got another tight right-hander, which if you're on a single monitor, you will not see. You will not be able to see the apex of that. You have to judge it from the very first moment that you turn in. Now we've got the humongous long back straight. Plenty of easy overtaking opportunities here for people in the slipstream. There's plenty of time to do it. However, dependent on the cars, some lap traffic will be an issue here. Long double apex right into the final section of the lap. Long left as well. It's so hard to get the car settled around all of there. Hard on the brakes into the final corner. Big curb on the inside, big curb on the outside, but you will see people hit that dirt and end up in the pit wall. As I mean, by the look of it, there's quite a few skid marks there, so I reckon they already have. But that is a lap of the very short Mosport. It's 1 minute 10 seconds or 1 minute 11 for most of these radicals. I mean, Fabrice Cornelis is nearly a second clear of everybody at the moment, which around a lap this short is just absolutely vile, and probably you could be taken to court for it. But I mean, even the slowest cars here, Hasse, they're under a minute and a half in the TCR class, so it is a very short lap, isn't it?
It's and when you look at it, the numbers, it's just around 4 kilometers of distance, so it's not that short in distance. However, average speeds are very high indeed. And it's an interesting track. It seems to have a lot of different tracks in it. I see a big resemblance, most of all, to Road Atlanta. Here it's quite similar, at least to some extent. Oh, Twan.
Oh, there's a car park down there.
Yeah, exactly. I was just about to say overtaking someone on the outside, but that's not the place you want to do it. That's Brent Verheyen in the 66 Porsche. At least I think he's kept it out the wall. But a very, very difficult track, and indeed, as you said earlier, Chaz, the track map doesn't really justify the elevation changes that the drivers have to... oh, that's actually pretty well done to keep it out the wall in the first place.
You just see more falling off down the hill, unfortunately. we are going to see a lot of that, though, over the course of this race. The drivers have... You know, we always talk about how these guys have to stay composed over the course of a race and not push it too hard, but it is very easy to do that. Interesting person to see here this evening is this man, Josh Malin, for the BMS Esport by Vibe Esport car. Josh Malin, a real-life racing driver. He's been racing in Ginettas, I believe coached by Mike Epps, British touring car driver. And Josh is a very, very young man. He's got a good, strong teammate with him as well in that Porsche. So what a way to start as well. And I believe, actually, Will Chadwick in the other BMS Esport car just behind him there is also a new name to the series this evening. So we've got some very, very exciting names coming in, and they're both making very strong impressions.
Yeah, and interestingly so as well, to see if anyone will be able to take the fight for this final round to the 111 car, and just what that bodes for in the future of the series as well. Because of course, there's something we'd love to see, that it's increased levels of tension in the front of the field. Someone experiencing perhaps a little too much tension in behind there. I didn't actually see who that was. Could have been Tim Greven actually in the 111. But a bit of an incident there alongside could have been Ruben van Buel, but I'm not quite sure. Chaz, Fabrice Cornelis and Urano Esports are comfortably on pole so far, 0.7 of a second ahead of Bart de Vos for Edge Esports, and a driver we know well here as well. And then Matthias Maas, Martin Deckens, Johan van den Akker, and Robbie de Bee, VR Racing, Quick Motors, and oh my word, William Chadwick, the 9 machine.
I think Steve Kleiss had something to do with this as well. Oh, Steve's gone around in front, and then, oh, just in his avoidance, Will's just ploughed it into the barrier. Manages to just jump back to the pits ASAP, though. Still, he's done all right in this qualifying session, really. A lot of them have. Oh, one of the Audis has a real moment there in the background. But it's another BMS car doing well at the moment in the TCR class. Olivier Bultink, fastest there currently. Smashing stuff. And it's a BMS 1-2 in the Porsche Cup as well. Flemish Simsports Black are fastest. Sim Formula Europe, they're another team that has been so consistent this season, aren't they? They've just always been there.
Yeah, very much so. Very much so. I think they've picked up a few unlucky incidents here and there, and that's what you've almost come to expect, I think, in this series. But they've managed to pull together some really good finishes, and they've got a place in the standings to tell the story about it. And so far tonight, Chaz, a very competitive time here in qualifying as well. And just a minute and a half from the end of it, they could be looking to start on the front row here. Yeah,
I think they'll definitely be looking to start well from the front of the pack. We've seen a number of teams just eventually have a really good qualifying session, but just not manage to keep near the front of the pack as the race goes on. You know, they've just sort of gradually dropped away, or just not been able to keep up with some of the teams around them. There is the Braab car with Bram Bellemans at the wheel. Currently 5th in their class at the moment, 0.7 of a second off the top spot. But this is really a very, very competitive field, and we cannot stress that enough. This is the teammate, by the way, of Josh Malin, George Karakoulis. Commentated on him before, very, very quick lad. So he's definitely going to be showing us exactly what that Porsche can do this evening. Either way, I'm intrigued to see how they can push it, to be honest, Hasse. It's certainly got potential, that car, hasn't it? It's a lot of fun.
We've spoken about it before, and I'll gladly say it again, but it's huge fun, the Cup car. It's always a right handful to drive, but when you get used to it, once you really learn the ins and outs of how to handle the machine, well, it becomes all the more entertaining, and there isn't really anything to help you along. It's surprisingly close, I feel, to driving, or what I would expect a classic Porsche 911 to handle. So even with all the downforce and such, it's still very much rear-engined. It's a lively car indeed, and yeah, just a great machine.
Sounds good, looks good, goes good. Big wing on it. Oh, wow, okay. The Vapor Shop RDR car has just gone in the wall big time. Tim Greven has just gone straight on. Oh, he's done that on purpose, to be fair. He got stuck behind the BMW and then just chucked it at the wall. But the session is over now. And that is going to be the grid, pretty much, unless we see any major improvements from anybody right at the death. But it doesn't look like it. We've got Bram Mouton in the BMS Esport TCR2 Belcar machine with the pink highlights as well. Just going into the double right, but I don't think this is a hot lap. Either way, just trying to get as much practice in as possible before the very end of the race. I'm intrigued, though, to see how these TCR cars go about their championship fight. Because don't forget, as we've said, Optimal Sim Racing Blue, they need an easy ride to the end in that class. And at the moment, they are qualified. Where have they qualified, actually? They are third on the grid, just ahead of this car, the BMS Esport TCR2 Belcar entry. And I, for one, cannot wait. Now, in the GT4s, Hasse, we've got championship hopefuls Flemish Simsports Black, who are 3 points back on Ekris, starting from pole. Ekris are fourth. Do you reckon they can do it?
I think they can. I think they can if they pull together the race. But it's a 4-hour race, Chaz, and it's not really decided in the first 10 minutes. Or it could be, but you're not gonna win it. You could lose it. That's a bit of a cliche in the world of motorsports, but it's all the more true nonetheless. And from what I can see, Chaz, we have the grid order on display.
We do indeed, yes. We've got Fabrice Cornelis then for Urano Esports on pole, alongside Colin Spork of Edge Esports in second. Then it's Matthias Maas and Martin Dekkens for Dynamics Radical Racing. Jon van den Akker is alongside Tom van Rompuy, with Tom van Put in seventh. George Karakoulis for BMS Esport by Vibe Esport puts it on pole in his first qualifying session in the series. Mega stuff. William Chadwick makes his debut second, car 9, P9 overall. Christoph Rast in car 999. That's a 999-911. Then the 111-911 is in P11. Ahead of the 19911, Joseph Kovacs in 12th. Then we have Kevin Tavares, number 20, with Twan Tran 14th, Vince Peters 11th, Maxime van den Hove in car 99, 16th place. Brett Verheyen is 17th, ahead of Steve Kleiss and Ruben van Buell. Good to see Ruben back out there, not seen his name for a while. Senna Hulsmans is 20th, ahead of Bavo Fallon. Thomas Stockman's 22nd, with Rob Tyson for Ekris Motorsport, alongside Bram Bellemans. Then we have Jelle Verstraeten. Not far behind him is Didier Dexters, Robin de Becker, Alex Bayens, Jonas Windy, Pierre-Yves de Soet, Hendrik de Grave and Laura Luft in the last of the GT4s. We then have Olivier Bultink, ahead of Keanu Bourguignon, Jonathan Poulet, Bram Mouton, Jens Goosens, Niles de Kuiper, Philip Vliegen, Mike Goosens and Nelson Costa de Sousa at the back of the field. And Mitchell Lagai for VR Racing Quick Motors, seemingly not in the car. I think he might have actually signed up in a separate team to the others, which is why the car seems to appear twice, because they're further up the grid. But we're going to get things underway here, Hasse, with this terrible view. It's very, very intriguing, this part of the race, because now they're going to just have so many nerves going through them, and seeing these cars too wide. I mean, if we go on a wider shot here and look back through the grid, you can see how narrow this circuit is, really. I mean, there are narrower ones out there, but it's very much a one-line racing circuit, this place, isn't it?
It is, and it's got a dangerous combination of traits to it, Chaz. It's fast and relatively narrow, and that's why I think it has the reputation it has, as well as being a bit of a wreckfest at times. And I think one of these drivers know particularly well that they're gonna have to be on their best behavior tonight, and if they aren't, it could see an eventful race. Of course, we're hoping that as many of the teams as possible will see the checkered flag without any major difficulties. But then again, we're also hoping for a race that could be really turned upside down here. Matthew Detry, 4th in class. Fabrice Cornelis, yet again, not once this season have they failed to grab pole position. Urano Esports, same thing here. Chaz, it's hugely impressive. Very deserving champions. With that said, I think we are getting closer and closer to the green flag here.
Yes, indeed. There has only been one race this season where they didn't get a clean sweep of pole position, fastest lap and a race win, and that was at Donington Park, where Simrc Capazunda, who ended up finishing last in class, got a point for fastest lap in the race. So almost an entire clean sweep of the championship for Urano Esports. They're going to be hoping to do the same in this race, but we'll have to see. So a juggle at Dynamics is saying Stephen DeWolf. Martin Decken's normal teammate Dieter Arts out due to broken fingers. Ruben Van Buell replacing Jeremy Hessels, who couldn't make it tonight. So great to see Ruben Van Buell back in there. He's one of the first names I ever remember seeing in Simracersworld TV. So I'm intrigued, really, to see how he gets on. But the entire field is about to get round to the last corner. It's all very exciting. Steve Kleiss and Tuan Tran, by the way, apparently showing further down the order, but we're underway for the final round of the season in the Virtual Belcar Winter Series, and the pesky little radicals fly away. Porsche Cup cars stream down through turn 1. The GT4's trying to hang on to the back of them, and of course the big beefy TCR cars as well in there, with some GT4 traffic to boot as well. As we've got cars going off, Jorn van den Akker is off. Boudewijn Kuster, champion-elect in the Porsche, they're off as well. That's crazy, crazy stuff straight away, but, well, this isn't something we're new to, is it? Urano Esports at the front, starting to get away.
Yeah, indeed, and a big surprise that the number 11 car running into problems this early on, and we'll have to see if they can make amends for that. It's Josh Malin in the 344 BMS Esports by Vibe Esports car. A really good job indeed, and Selim Hitzmans having taken the start of the race so far, and well, in a good position. Ekris currently 4th, looking to maybe make a move on. Is that Bubba Fallon back there? I think it is. And the Ekris car indeed moving up into 3rd place. Rob Tyson having a look at the MRS cars inside as well, thinking better of it, but I think Rob knows that he has to get a move on. He has to follow the train up ahead, and that's really important here. Boudewijn Kuster, what a dramatic surprise indeed. Oh, Colin Spork is off!
Oh, Colin, what has happened here? I'll tell you what's happened here. But yeah, just a wobble on the way in. Oh, it's wobbling again and again, and once you're on that grass, it's a nightmare down there. You're not going to stay out the wall. It's rare that you see a car go off there and doesn't hit anything. That's such a shame for Colin. That car is going to feel horrendous now. We know how sensitive those cars are. Now, I'm intrigued here because Thomas Prodprocki in the G-Drive Racing Exemia 13 car, and Tuan Tran is seemingly out, which is very, very strange. But Prodprocki started way, way down from where I expected him to be. Now, it was Steve Kleiss that was in the car, and he started losing positions really early on. Let me just have a quick look at this. Does he not get away? I think he just didn't look like they connected at the start. It looked like they had some sort of issue getting onto the grid. And now they're all the way at the back on their own. Colin Spork into the pit lane, unsurprisingly. But strong start from two of the newcomers to the championship, both in BMS cars, Josh Malin and William Chadwick. This is mega stuff from these guys.
Yeah, indeed. Really taking the fight to it. And with the early incident of the 11 machine, that might be an opening of this final round in the Porsche Cup. The JWS car of Jorn van den Akker making their way through as well. Oh, and Boudewijn Kuster off again!
Oh, that was scary for Colin Spork there, going through the middle. But honestly, Budwin Kuster's having a nightmare, isn't he, early on? This car is not his friend around here. And what did I say earlier about that? Watch Colin Spork in a Radical. Breathe in. Wow.
It's going to take a moment to find your woosah after such a moment there. And especially just having had an incident. Oh, it's going to be a tough position to be in for Colin Spork, having to lap all these slow-moving machines. Now, of course, it's not going to take long before we have Fabrice Cornelis in the mix of this traffic as well. But the Murano car seems to have gotten off very well indeed. From the Cedric Wouters, and the Traxxas by J&V Services, number 3 machine second. Martin Beckens, Tom van Rompuy, then Tom van Put, and then the aforementioned George van Acker already did have his bit of a moment early on. Still a close battle in the Porsche Cup cars, and very much so in the GT4s as well, with Budwin and Kuster surprisingly a part of this one.
Yeah, indeed. Very intriguing to see him all the way through, but as you said, there are some really strong battles going on here just ahead of this. For third place, Tim Greven is putting pressure on Christoph Raas. And this is for 5th and 6th. Attila Sipos with Kevin Tavares. Optimal Sim Racing Red just behind. It's awesome to see it. Now let's look back, and you'll see the slipstream in effect here. So Attila Sipos is going to get a nice long run. Dries Mas has gone off the circuit a little bit further back, it seems. The slipstream not as potent as I would have thought, you know, Hasse. I'd expect more, to be fair, from the car behind to be really closing when you get into the end of this. But Kevin Tavares, nowhere near, although further up, it looks like a really good battle going on between these lot. Christoph Raas has so much pressure from behind from Tim Greven. He's also trying to get past William Chadwick and keep a bit of an eye on him as well. This is scary stuff to have this early on in a race.
Yeah, it is, but it's at this part of the race where you'd expect it most of all before the race really settles in. Oh, we've had a problem here. Dries Mas, who gets pushed onto the grass. I think the front wheel drive of the TCR Audi just about saves him there and able to drag him in towards the track again. He loses so much speed.
One of our prettiest cars in the field today, the GTE Racing Porsche. Renzo Eulenbroek at the wheel at the moment. He's just had to let Colin Spork by, and he's lost a bit of time with that, but you'd imagine that his rivals in the same cars will also lose some time to him as well. I'll go on board with Renzo just so you can see the run out of this right-hander. It's going to be very tricky as the track rubbers in and the tyres wear off over the course of the race just to get the power down out there, isn't it? It's going to be a nightmare.
Yeah, indeed, but I think it's one of those corners that really require a lot of patience from the drivers in order not to get if you just get too early, too hard on it, you're going to have a slide and you're going to be losing time all the way down to this corner, which is a fair bit away, to say the least. I mean, you could really bleed 10th, if not even a second there, if you're very unlucky there. And so Eulenbroek gets a bad exit onto the start-finish straight. This battle for 5th, 6th, and 7th, I suppose, but it's still very close up ahead. Oh, Philip Fliegen once again in the 18 CCTS Esports Belcar machine.
He's going to be waiting a while there.
Yeah, I was just about to say that's a hellish position to be in, having to come back on, but at least he was off the racing line. There's no real hazard, and everybody came through safely around, which is what we want to see here. It's Jens Husens, number 25, already on Motorsports. The 71, that's Tom van Put, making his way around in the Radical. And just about shows the speed difference here just after that, the Radical exiting turn 1. Looks like it's absolutely flying. Tim Greven here with the 999. Oh, he catches that on the inside without... Oh my word, they almost made contact with one another there at the apex of the corner. That could have been horrendous indeed. Well played.
It's the fact that he turned that into an overtaking manoeuvre. That's absolutely disgusting from Tim Greven. Watch it from backwards. You'll see the Porsche for half of the corner before he's even gone past. Look, there he is. Cheers, mate. See you in a bit. Beep, beep. That's just fantastic. Amazing skill there from Tim Greven to hold that. Probably one of the overtakes of the season. We've got another great train behind him as well. But, I tell you what, I imagine he needs a quick vape after that. That's a stressful moment, that really was. But we were looking at the battle in the TCR class. The Optimal Racing, sorry, get your words out, Chaz. Optimal Sim Racing Purple and Radio Motorsport by QSR battle. These two glued together. He's trying to find a gap on the right-hand side. Just about opens up there. Niles de Kuiper over on the left-hand side. Now, Niles broke early there. Probably thinking, I'm not going to fight this too hard yet. The BMS cars are just behind. Bart Levens with Dries Mas just in front of him. Flying formation as ever from the BMS cars. It's close further up as well. In GT4, Team MRS have Bavo Fallon from Sim Formula Europe right behind again. Porsche Sport in the house just as we go on to some GT4 Porsches. Good to see you guys. Hope you're well. But, I mean, these GT4s, the more and more we see them, Hasse, the more and more entertaining they seem to get.
Yeah, indeed, and it's been the, I think, it's been a close call between them and the TCRs for which class has provided us with the closest racing. Then I might be forgetting some of the really, really close and exciting stuff that we've seen with the Porsche Cup cars as well. I think the only cars that has had a tendency to spread out has been the Radicals, and that's also just because they are such a difficult machine to drive, and it does indeed separate the excellent from the good. William Chadwick, I'm sorry about that. William Chadwick, of course it is. Very good indeed, is what I wanted to say in the number 9 machine, although they are under investigation, Chaz, for not following the correct starting procedure.
Yeah, bit of a
so the
warning.
number 5 car as
yes, that is Colin Spork in the Edge Esports machine as well. So a few of them getting a bit of a smack on the wrists at the moment, just because they're being naughty in general. But this is the thing, you know, these live stewards, they do a mega job, they really do. Ronald Moons and his squad, we thank them a lot, because at the end of the day, it's not just Hasse and I that sit here and make it look pretty and sound pretty, but they do a lot of the hard work behind the scenes. Now, we've had a few incidents here. Loic Lamal has gone off in the GT4 Porsche. Oh, too hot to the left. You could tell that Loic hit
Major
something.
Impact. Major impact indeed, Chaz. That's going to be a return to the pits, I'm afraid. And here Davies Souffleurs just clipping the grass, getting slowly vacuumed into it. Looks about he's going to save it. You know what he does? And that's impressive, because the cars will really have a tendency to just veer on straight into the wall there. Loic Lamal still on track, which surprises me a bit here. And Kobe Class, that's Steph Del News in the 66 on his tail, very much so it is. And a tough fight for 8th place in the Porsche Cup class. That is not a good exit from Kobe Class, I'm afraid. Or though it might have looked much worse than it actually was, because it seems it was a better exit than the car behind. And
yeah, Steph seemed to sort of go with him and miss the apex. The pair of them both made a bit of a mess there with that. But in fairness, it's very, very tough to get any sort of car turned into there, especially a car that doesn't have ABS and is as slippery as this Porsche Cup car is. So the two of them still pushing on and continuing. It's actually very close for second place in this class. You know, William Chadwick is only just ahead of Tim Greven, who's looking very, very racy this evening, as he always does. Tim's always interesting to watch in these cars, not only because the livery's wonderful, but he's just always seems to be on the attack. That's such a difficult corner to get right, isn't it? You could see just how much he wanted to be on the power early and how it opened up way too late, and he couldn't get an optimal run on the exit. But at the moment, you know, these two newcomers to the Porsches are doing great. And look at this now. We've got TCR traffic and Radicals and Porsche Cup cars all together. This is going to get a bit feisty up the hill now. They're 3 wide. Tim Greven trying to use the track assist by J&B Services car for some slipstream. Not working yet. It's not really as potent, like I said before. Slipstream not having as much effect in the Porsche Cup cars compared to what I thought it would. But still, Tim Grevin, I mean, just through the corners, he's just got a lot more confidence by the look of it. The car's a little bit out of shape here and there, but he just seems to be able to push, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's really made short work of the gap that William Chadwick had at some moment. It was looking very good. Stella decides to
Hi, Stella.
get involved. Hello. Yeah, indeed, it's actually surprising me a little bit to see just how quickly that gap was demolished and got away. Oh my word! Is that the race leader in this Urano Esports? And the Radical, with all that downforce, you'd expect it to be going off the track at that sort of pace. And yet again, Fabrice Cornell is like a shark in the water with the traffic.
It's gone, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. So that just flies away from the slower machines at a pace that makes him look like we're watching something in a slow motion replay. It's very, very impressive indeed.
Now this is,
I'm sorry, go on.
This is actually the lead battle in the BLC4 class, the TCRs. And at the moment, the gap is half a second between Keanu Bourguignon in the Flemish Simsports white car and the BMS eSport TCR1 Belcar machine. So it's very, very, very close at the minute, but I mean, we've seen how traffic can affect these TCR cars. It's not always traffic that affects the faster cars, is it, Hasse? It's often the slower cars getting out of the way as well that get affected by it in their own way.
Yeah, and it's a different mindset needed if you're in a slower or a faster car, because you take different roles in traffic, and just how you need to deal with it differs as well, also to the characteristics of the vehicle you're driving in the first place. So just to mention the fact that Matthew Detry is comfortably in third place in the TCRs at the moment in BLC4, and I think that is choice and consent that they're sitting there at the moment. Chaz not really.
Sorry. Sorry, mate.
William Chadwick.
Yeah, Chadwick's had an issue. Oh, he's gone way too hot to the second to last. Hit the wall and it's gone around. Oh, he's going to be gutted with that. Oh, get it in first gear, mate. He'll be absolutely fuming with that one. Easy mistake to make, though, and to be fair, I mean, I think if you say you've never been there, then you're lying. We'll have a look on board. So he's got Tim Grevin pressurising him from behind. Do you think that had anything to do with it?
And it very well could have been that it added that little bit of extra pressure into here. Let's see. Yeah. Seems composed enough. It doesn't look like he's coming in that hot, but I think he's too hot on the brakes and too hard on the brakes, considering how much you'd have to be turning in there to make the corner, and I think that caught him out as well. But yeah, the fact when you're... Oh, here, Kevin Tavares, I'm sorry. Who's had some kind of issue, and I'm afraid Renzo Eulenbrook has been off as well, Chaz.
Yeah, it's all kicking off the Porsches.
Mayhem here. Oh, look at that. Surprised to see, was there contact between the 19 and the 20 cars? It looked a little bit strange. No.
We'll see whether he manages to have a hit. So that's when Chadwick went off. And then Kevin starts to close up, but I think he might have just gone for the outside and then just turned in very late. He's turned in. Oh, it was an entire lap after, actually, so apologies.
Oh, but he has this huge moment that we just get to see there.
Yeah, he just had his own moment, didn't he?
Yeah, indeed.
This is what happened to Renzo. Oh, touches the grass. Oh. I tell you what, I would not like to be a betting man and putting money on whether they're going to hit the wall or not. You just never know, do you, down there?
And from an angle with the telelens giving you a bit of a skewered shot, at least, when it's so hard to judge whether they're going to hit it or not. And as you said, Chaz, it's evident that the walls are quite close indeed. We have, mainly grass on the few spaces that actually has a bit of distance, a bit of gravel as well. but we all know also how iRacing models gravel for the time being, at least, and it's a very slippery sort of gravel indeed, much slipperier than anything I've ever seen at a racetrack. But let's leave that there, shall we? Thomas Stockman's very much getting in with Bavo Fallon and Rob Tyson here. What is effectively the battle for second place. And it's a bit of a problem for the Ekris car here, because, you know, ideally they'd be fighting for the lead with Senna Hulsmans and the Flemish GT4 Porsche up there. And instead, there are two other GT4 Porsches harrying their rear end. And it's a tough situation to be in, of course. 4 hours of racing is a long time. Just about 20 minutes into it. And I think those 20 minutes, Chaz, has also shown us just how much can happen in Oh, look at this! Bavo Fallon with the opportunistic move. Is he gonna make it through once? They're gonna go side by side into the left-hander, and he goes through. Incredible move!
Lovely.
And to make the turn in, lovely indeed. That was excellent stuff.
Tasty, that one. Really enjoyed that. As oh no, Jürgen Gulisch has gone off at the slow right. Oh, well, hello. Close moment there. That's actually your class leader as well in the Porsche Cup class. So that was a scary moment. Pierre-Yves Dassault has gone off. Sorry, Pierre-Yves Dassault. Too much curb on the inside. Oh, Radical going through. Oh, just a bit too hot into the final corner. Oh, no. That's such a shame. Car goes around the tiniest bit. William Chadwick had another off after this, you know. So we'll stay with William because Pierre-Yves did just a few 3-point turns. Is he going to hit the grass on the outside? Yep. Oh, sideways. Gets his stop without hitting anything. That's a mega effort, to be fair. Now, what's he going to do about rejoining? There's space there. Lovely, lovely stuff. Nicely styled out, but again, just the loss of time from stuff like that. You just can't afford it, can you?
Not at all. Not at all. You really can. That's always the problem with these races for the drivers coming into it. You have to find that special kind of zone where you're not attacking too much, but you're still on the edge. You're still keeping yourself very much turned on, very much being attentive and at full concentration. But you have to be that just slight bit relaxed and into it in order to just do your laps with the traffic and manage everything as good as you can. Otherwise, you're going to see situations like that in the Blue-Collar Sport coming through on a very, very small bit of tarmac there. And I think this is a battle for position. Indeed, it is with Tom Van Putten. He's going around on the outside and past. So Colin Sport, a little bit of a disappointment early days. They're having to fight back. I think disappointment for us as well, Chaz, because after the huge performances he's been putting in, young Colin, indeed a huge talent that he is. We've really been looking forward to see whether, with such a starting position, they'd be able to actually take the race to Urano.
Yeah, indeed. It has been a real shame, but that's racing at the end of the day. You know, we don't always get what we want, and we don't always get all the battles that we want to see, but still, some fantastic stuff going on here. Loic Lamal has dropped behind Kimber Haight in the Flemish Simsports Red BMW now, but the lead for TCR's still going on, by the way, and still under a second. It's only 6/10 now between these two, and when you factor in the fact that they've had so much traffic to deal with as well recently, that shows you how well they're both managing it.
Yeah, indeed it is. It's not the first time we're seeing it. I expect these to stay close unless any outer factor comes in. They've been so close all the way through. Normally, Chaz, and we've seen it before, Flemish Simsports being very, very, very strong in the TCRs. They've had some competition, haven't they, this season? And by all looks to it so far, at least they will see themselves beaten. Unless things change drastically. And look at the GT4 having to rejoin, and the Cup car, the BMS machine coming around as well. Is that the number 9 car of William Chadwick? Indeed, yes. Yeah. So, yeah, that's what they have to get used to, isn't it? The traffic, it's all constant being here next to.
Well,
just holding my breath for a moment. Whether to see if he was actually gonna hit the wall or not. But he's another one of those drivers actually having managed to go out there and come back again without hitting the wall, which is nice to see.
Indeed, he did. We've had an issue for Davy Suffoliers as well, actually. Just as he went through there, it's a Sky Limit Racing for Zolder kart. Just clips the gravel. Okay, so he was just rejoining, wasn't he, as we saw him come on before. He gets out of the way and then gets back on the circuit, so not too bad. But at the very front of your field...
Oh, Rob Tyson and Bobo Fullen has been involved in some sort of incident, and this is huge for the GT4 battle.
It is indeed. That's championship stuff. Oh my goodness me. He wants to get back on it as soon as he could. What has happened to Rob Tyson?
They can ill afford this, I'm afraid. The Chris car just gets on to the grass, saves that one. But what then happens is what I want to see here.
Oh, he's not going to get hit by the Simtag car, is he? Oh, he does.
Oh, it does, with the GT4 Cayman being a little off ahead. Maybe this is going to give us a better shot, Chaz. You see, it's rejoining.
I don't think he knew that the Simtag car was going down the inside. I really don't. That's a real shame. But, of course, like Hasse said there, everybody, that is big for the GT4 Championship. This car, the number 15 machine, is only 3 points ahead of Flemish Simsports Black, and they're currently leading the class as well. They're flying here, Hasse, so it's all going their way at the minute.
Yeah, a lot of racing still to do, so it's by no means decided yet. You can see a whole lot of stuff happening in the remaining 3 hours and 30 minutes, and plus a little bit as well. So let's not jump to any conclusions, I want to say, but indeed it's looking very good for Flemish here in GT4. They are on course for what would be a championship win were the standings to stay like this. However, I just want to point out that we could see a return from Ekris as well. They've been so fast all season round, and yeah, let's see what happens. But interesting that the first blow, you could say, in that battle between the two cars came so early in the race.
As Dries Masters had an issue now in the BMS Audi. Big damage. They'll want to get that thing towed back as soon as possible. Is it just going to be the grass again on the outside? Yep. Oh, and the thing is as well, you're still accelerating at that point, and when the car goes that quickly, there's not much chance you're going to save it. You can see Dries just considering, what do I do? You know, where do I go? He stays in the middle of the road, so he's predictable, which is good, because when the car is moving around, that's the worst. At least that was his teammate going past there as well. He could tell them. As, oh no, Boudouin Kuster. Boudouin Kuster has had an issue. If I can find him. It sounded like that engine went again there for a moment. Boudouin Kuster's just gone off. This is at the long right. It's going already. Big long spin. Just misses the wall. But again, he won't be very pleased with that. It's been a very rough start to the race. Dries Masters gone off again. Pulled it over, and he's going to get back to the pits if he can find his tow button. There it is. Wow. Lively stuff already, to be fair. I mean, it's such a difficult circuit to get right because it's got a bit of everything, hasn't it? There's high-speed section, there's really fast corners, and there's some very slow corners. I mean, Stephen DeWolf's actually mentioning the setups now, saying that it's very bizarre on this track. And I can understand that, you know, because, I mean, yes, we all say that pretty much every track, your setup needs to have everything. It needs to have high speed, it needs to be really good in the fast corners, really good in the slow ones, but some tracks, you know, you favour the balance of that in different ways. Around here, I ain't got a clue how I'd set up a car around here. I think I'd want it to just be quite high downforce, you know, really stable, because of all the undulation, you know, when you're going over the crest of a hill. Oh, Rob Tyson's gone back to the pits. Rob Tyson has had a proper issue here. Let's have a look at this, if it picks the right one. No, that's Christoph Raas who went off. What happened to Rob? Oh, no. As soon as I see it turn one, you're going to guess, aren't you? That.
Oh, that is absolutely huge.
That could be their championship, you know.
And I think you're right there, Chaz. That a toe into the pits.
That's a nightmare. That's absolutely heart-wrenching as well, because we really want to see a strong fight. The BMW has been so strong this season for so many of these teams, especially that Eckrich Motorsport number 15. I mean, at the end of the day, you know, they're leading the championship for a reason. They finished second in the first round, then they won 2 on the trot, and then they finished third at Zolder. Flemish have won 2, but they finished second and then I think fourth. So that's the only reason. Actually, no, fifth. That's the only reason that it's changed that way. And, you know, the advantages and the margins are tiny, but that's part of it. And, I mean, speaking of tiny margins, to be fair, Hasse, Keanu Bourguignon, he's all over the back of the car in front.
Yeah, we've seen it before from Keanu that as the stint goes on, he's just been getting quicker and quicker and quicker. And he's really beginning to size out.
Whoa.
Oh! The commentator's almost striking Keanu. And he's having to really fight that turn 1 exit. And we've seen it so many times already. It's just about 1/8 of the way into the race. And how many times have we seen so far drivers getting a little too far on that turn 1 exit onto the grass, and off they go. Keanu Bourguignon did a very good job of keeping himself alive and well there, but it could have gone a lot worse indeed. And what has happened here?
I was just going to try and see if I could catch it again. So Thomas Podprocki had an issue in the number 13, by the way. Oh, it's just so difficult to get that right, isn't it? Again and again. Jelle Verstraeten's just gone off as well. Where is Keanu Bourguignon's moment? There's quite a while to wait, so it may be something to do with this. Just bear with me, everybody, while I try and get this right. We'll see. We'll deal with this. We'll see. Keanu Bourguignon, very skilled driver indeed. Races in the Simracersworld TCR series in this very car. Let's see this from the outside, because it certainly looks interesting on the inside. A proper tail slap there from the Audi. You've got to love it, though. Very interesting indeed. Now, a number of cars have actually gone off as well that I've got to look at. No.
Oh, no. That's Greenleaf. I think the 22 indeed. Jelle Verstraeten getting picked up by the BMW, the number 21 car. That wasn't it?
Yeah, the JJ Motorsport machine.
Tom Van Rompuy has had a problem here.
Oh, there's another round. Oh, that was Colin Spork.
Oh, my word.
AG
Colin
Sports.
Spork. Yeah. And there's a warning to the
19,
Simtag.
isn't it?
Yeah, the 19 Simtag Porsche Cup car. Last warning stated for aggressive driving. I don't think we've seen that before. So Attila Tsipas obviously told now, you need to clean up your act. Otherwise, it's what you in football terms would call an early trip to the showers, which is certainly not part of the game plan for Simtag Racing. He is making his way through. Oh, my word!
Oh, no. Oh, wow, what avoidance from that TCR car. Although, no.
The 999 will be yelling just that Christoph Raas.
Oh, it was so good as well. As we just, sorry, I've just missed it there. Oh, it was such a pain for them. I'm trying to get back to it. It won't let me. It just won't let me click it. I'm sorry, everybody. But that was so painful for them there. The number the 19. He sort of got away with that for a sec, but then look at the Audi. Oh well, we'll try to. Come on, Chaz. God's sake. Right, here you go. So you'll see it from the Audi's perspective now. Down the hill. There's the Porsche. Oh, there is a touch. And then
exactly, but it's a little bit late. I have to say, from Tsipas, he loses it on the grass. Oh no!
And Jelle Verstraeten's off again.
Yeah, that car's picked up some damage before. I'm afraid, Chaz. It seems looks a little wonky to me, doesn't it?
Indeed.
It's a little off balance. Fabrice Cornelis still leading, and you have to wonder if this traffic is gonna take its toll on him as well, because he's so far this season, him and his fellow Urano esports drivers have been the class of the field, to be fair, when it comes to managing the traffic. And speaking of traffic, it's been as tough as they come. And I think even the races we've been to at Zolder, that might have been something to do with the fact that some of these drivers are more familiar with racing at Zolder than here at the Mosport Park. How am I, Horses Sport? Oh, thanks for asking. I'm good indeed. I've had a very chill week with a few days off work, charging the batteries, and with springtime coming in, how could that not happen? Oh, look at that little C-post here, just around the number 19 or the 11. Well, it is the 19 car, but around Boudewijn Kuster, I think, and Kuster goes up the inside. He's gonna see if he can make it stick. Oh, but it's C-post goes wide and his car's damaged. And I hardly even think that was for position in the end here. With Olivier Bolting, by the way, having been passed by Keanu Borgagnan, and the Encris BMW comes through as well after all the poor luck they've suffered. Oh my word, does it ever give any rest to us, or is it just a question of how much of it you want to pick up on, Stephen? But there's a big truth into it. Also, I think the format of the Virtual Belcar racing that we've been having the pleasure of broadcasting here on Simracersworld TV is indeed not a format that allows for much rest, which is indeed why Chaz and I occasionally need a break here. It's Colin Sport moving around Tom van Groenboy, just showing just how difficult it is. Having to hold off down the hill here and hoping for a quick send up the inside, taking it around the outside of the 911 Cup car, and manages to do so. And indeed, I think I will have a Heinz ketchup-colored face from time to time when I get all wound up. I actually considered getting my hands on a kind of mic that I could stand up with and get even more shouty excited. Thought about it and then realized that I live in a house of flats and I have neighbors and they probably wouldn't appreciate it. Davy Souffleurs and the car ahead, which is Loic Lamol, both of these cars having been involved in a fair share of incidents actually already. It's been tough going in the battle for 8th place.
I'll join you on that as well in terms of the stood-up microphones. I actually, as much as I always post nice, pretty pictures of my desk and everything, I do spend a lot of these broadcasts actually stood up. I mean, I'm stood up right now. If I had a camera, I'd show you, but I do often stand up in these ones because I don't know. As we've seen from our beloved Murray Walker, you know, he was always stood up. He was jumping around like his trousers were on fire when he commentated, and it's the best way to be. Because, you know, you're in the moment then, and you don't get tired and you don't sort of get fatigued, especially in these longer races. And, you know, with a decent long enough headphone mic cable, you can sort of walk around the room a bit sometimes, so you can get away with it. But either way, we've got some wonderful racing going on at the minute. These TCR cars entertaining as ever. This is Bart Levens on the back of Vliegen in the CCTS Esports Belcar machine, trying to at least defend from him currently.
Oh, taking a lot of curb there on the inside, it has to be said. Chaz, a few very close battles as well in the 911 Cup class at the moment. And
yes.
It's actually several places in the field. You can see here, the C-Post and Renzo Eulenbrook. And Eulenbrook with a bit of a pace advantage here. He's going to take it to what becomes the outside, and I think he pulls out of it and thinks twice, maybe for the cutback here. Excellent battle indeed.
Great stuff indeed. And I mean, every single race we have in this championship, you know, every single race that these Porsche Cup cars are involved with always evolves into such an interesting battle, no matter what stage of the race you're at as well. I mean, we've had it before where we've been 3 hours in, and it's like it was the first 10-15 minutes because there's been 6 of them together. Luke Holroyd at Porsche Sport saying he works at his desk all day, stood up. Now, that intrigues me actually, Luke. I have to ask live on air, is it one of the sort of, is it like a bar where it's a very high up desk, hello, or is it one that is actually like at seating level but you just choose to stand at it? That's, you say the esports team think you're crazy, that's the determining factor there, so there is a right and wrong answer, I have to say. In fairness though, Hasse, one thing I did want to touch on again is Cedric Wouters is actually 39 seconds ahead of the car behind. We'll finally bring up the gaps now the field is spread out a bit, but yeah, Cedric Wouters in some no man's land at the moment, 22 seconds off the race leader, while the other radicals all once again have a bit of a fight here and there.
Yeah, and especially Jon van den Akker has been closing up to Tom van Rompuy after the early incident of the Traxxas by JWS Motorsports. The number 4 machine in the picture alongside the VR racing car. So a lap down already, both of them, but don't mean we can have a battle for position, which is something we haven't seen too much of with the radicals, and it's all about enjoying it here. I think there's a good chance for Jon van den Akker to make it count. He gets a huge run here. It's already alongside, up the round, and the long way around on the outside. Is that gonna work here, Chaz? More traffic up ahead.
Oh, it's going to be a scary one. Oh, he's going to make sure that he stays all the way over there. But Van den Akker round the outside. Fantastic stuff from the pair of them. I will update Jorn's name one day so it goes right. I might try and do that now, you know, but poor Jorn van den Akker. And any driver really in any of these series that has Van Den or Van Der, honestly, we can't just seem to get it to show the full thing. So we'll go with VD. There you go. Jorn van den Akker. So at least we know which one he is. Bless him. But that was a nice committed move, to be fair. And that's what you need around here, isn't it? Because of the high speed, especially with all the downforce these cars have, you don't get a moment's rest. As Dries Mas has gone off again. Oh, that grass. Well, he's not going to be the last person that catches out today. But again, as you said before, Hasse, on the grass in the TCR car, it doesn't really matter. You can just get your foot in and just crack on with it, can't you?
Yeah, we've seen it. I think was a note of it as well in chat that just floor it basically in the TCRs. It was Keanu Borgagnon who went wide at turn 1 and looked like he just floored it basically, which is what you want to do as well in front-wheel drive cars, so it does make sense. But Christoph Raas trying to have a comeback alongside Boudewijn Kuster, so he's got a good. Oh, Colin Spork is off again.
Oh no, Colin's had a nightmare today, hasn't he? Oh, and straight.
Oh, and it just catches. You see how it just catches grip all of a sudden with the off-track tarmac. I think that is that tarmac or gravel?
Yeah, it is just tarmac out there. So
it's just tarmac indeed, yeah.
It's like it suddenly becomes stuck and then unstuck. It's very. I mean, the radicals obviously they are like formula cars with a bit more bodywork, aren't they? They're mini prototypes, so they do share some characteristics like you get in formula cars where they are glued to the surface most of the time due to the aerodynamics, but when they're not gripping, they really are not gripping. And Boudewijn Kuster's gone off again. We saw that fantastic battle with him and Christoph Raas. Honestly, both of these guys have suffered up there. And again, they won't be the first, they won't be the last, but some of these guys, I mean, the quality of this field just shows you how difficult that corner is, doesn't it? As it's good to see that the BMW's back out there as well, actually, the Ecris car. That's always good, but I mean, at the moment, they're 39th. They've lost 16 places from where they started, and they're currently on for no points. They're outside the top 10 in GT4.
It's tough going indeed for Ecris. They need a lot of luck and a lot of bad luck to befall the other drivers ahead in class to be able to really make anything out of this one. It was noted earlier in chat that Boudewijn Kuster, I'm sorry, actually bought the track here and bought the track yesterday, which might explain why he's not too familiar around here. And I actually think, once you considered this earlier as well, Chaz, that a lot of these introduction, Belgian drivers won't be as familiar with this track as they are with, say, Zolder, Spa, Zandvoort, for instance.
Yeah.
And that's not gonna make it any easier to make it around here as well. Oh, that is a very long blink and a little too long for my liking here, Kobe class. Is that a disconnect here, Chaz, we're seeing? Oh no, he's back.
It was a long one, that though. And like you say, usually when the cars blink in and out a bit, they call it blinking because it is very, very quick. When somebody drops like that, it is usually a disconnect straight off the bat. Look at Fabrice Cornelis though. Absolutely flying at the moment. And so too is this man, Josh Malin.
Oh.
Great stuff, as there's a lot of smoke there.
Someone's blowing an engine.
Yeah, who on
I'm
earth?
afraid. Oh my word, that's a cloud of smoke up ahead of Josh Malin. And race control tells us that we will soon draw and announce, or we will not, they are soon gonna announce and draw the winner, or draw and announce, probably the other way around. But they are gonna announce the winner of the Simtag dual pedal set. That's up for grabs, I was about to say. Oh my word.
Colin Spork's just gone off, and it's written off now. Colin Spork, I'm afraid. Kobe Class has just gone off as well. So too has Steph Del News. Something has properly gone on here, Hasse. Sorry. Loic Lamal has just gone off. And not long after, it was Steph Del News who's had a spin. Is he going to get collected? Oh no, don't tell me it's Colin Spork.
He comes down.
Yeah, there's Colin Spork. Oh no. He had to reverse at some point, but that was such a shame for both of them. And Colin Spork's miserable race, I imagine, has probably come to an end. And we all know how difficult it'd be to push on past that, because even if you do get fast repairs, you know, you just get so downhearted with that, don't you? And knowing how quick these guys are ahead of you, it's going to be so difficult to catch back up.
Yeah, they will indeed have had a fast repair for the first incident, but with that spent, there just isn't any more at this point. It is indeed heartbreaking, and I think it's natural to at some point to say, well, let's take this as a learning experience, and we'll go on to the next one, because you get to a point where the car is so much off pace that it becomes sort of pointless to keep on running. You find yourself being a roadblock, or all of a sudden being closer to the pace of the class below than the class you're in and such, and that's never a nice position to be in. It's not good for the confidence of the drivers. It's not good for the confidence of the team in general, and a really hard position to be in.
Oh, Jelle Verstraeten's off again.
Oh, and it looks like a big one here, Chaz.
Yeah.
He's gone a long way off. Seems to be in the first of the two right-handers. Has contact with the number 3 car.
Second place machine. But he's had another hit after this, you know. He's ended up back in the barrier. Is he going to get hit by another car?
He tries to get it back out. There he goes.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Flashes the lights for good measure, but just gets out of the way, doesn't he? And unfortunately, damages the front of the car. I was meaning to say, though, Josh Malin, on his debut, real racing driver in Ginettas, a really talented young man, and he is flying at the minute in that BMS eSport by Vibe eSport car. And he'll be very pleased with this. Looks good as well with the Vibe branding down the side of it, does the BMS car. So Josh is wringing the neck of that thing currently. Tom Van Rompuy is having his neck wrung by Johan van den Akker at the minute, though, Hasse. This is another never-ending battle in these fantastic radicals, isn't it?
Yeah, Van Rompuy with the comeback here. We saw Van den Akker get past before, just a few laps ago, around the outside, at the very same corner. Well, this time around, it was Van Rompuy the same way around, you could say, on the inside, but he made the pass. And now, look at this, Van den Akker is looking to get close yet again here on board with the number 4 car in 5th place in class. And the radicals battling one another with the traffic to contend with as well, just making it all the more interesting. Johan van den Akker. Oh my word. Just about missed the turning point there, and the car gets very light. It doesn't want to grip up. And it's so easy to collect the grass, as we've seen on so many occasions. And Johan van den Akker now finds himself with a bit of work to do, hopefully, for him at least. The traffic will aid him on closing the gap on the car ahead, as we see it very much does. There's the 66 car coming on contact between the Golf GT4 machine
That's
and
the
the
Brad
VR
car.
racing cars. Yeah, it is the Brad machine. Oh my word. And the 66 gets a 30-second stop and go for an unsafe rejoin. I think for the incident we saw right there, maybe it's a very quick lashing out of the penalty, if that's the case, Chaz.
That'll be for them reversing before, where
of course,
Colin Sport caught them. That'll be. Unfortunately, I mean, like I said, he has to reverse at some point, but it's been deemed unsafe by the stewards. Brent Verheyen's just had an issue. I think it was him in this car actually. Stefan Lew's out of it. Oh wow, hello, that was some Dukes of Hazzard stuff right there. Over the curb. Gets back going again, and there's the contact. Look, I don't think the Brab car knew that the Radical was down the inside there, because he did get there very late, and I think that's one of the issues, isn't it, really, with these Radicals, is that they are so small that when you do go up against bigger cars like this, and they're that agile and that good on the brakes, they're just not going to see you, are they?
No, I think you're right, and I think there's also just the fact that they can brake so much later than everything else on track, that they can close a huge distance in the braking zones. And
Cedric Wouters now.
Cedric Wouters getting a final warning for aggressive driving, as he had contact with a car not too long ago as well. The stewards have taken a bit of action on that one, Chaz. We're 50 minutes into this race, and it's been eventful, to say the least. There is a lot of stuff happening, and you get the feeling that we haven't seen the last of it yet here.
Oh, definitely not. And I mean, the guys in chat as well have been saying that, you know, this track, I mean, Stephen DeWolf said it himself, this track gives a commentator no moments of rest, even in a 4-hour race. And to be fair, even in sprint racing as well, it's just the same. It's fantastic. It's very exciting to watch the racing here. Sometimes it does get a little bit messy, but it's one of those tracks that really demands a lot from drivers. And I think that's what makes it all the more entertaining for us guys up here in the box. But as Hasse said, we're nearly at the 1 hour mark, nearly at a quarter race distance, and things are still absolutely on it. It's 0.8 of a second between the TCR class leaders. This is Jelle Verstraeten for Greenleaf Racing Green, chasing down Pierre Dessautte, the Decipit Racing team. And Race Control have a winner for the Simtag dual pedal set. They have drawn it, so keep your eyes on the broadcast for that. They will announce that in a moment, I believe. Or either that, or they're going to build up the suspense and say, you'll find out at the 3 hour mark.
That would have been great, though.
We'll have to see. But either way, we have a winner that has been drawn for that. So, I mean, these GT4 cars are not slow, but wow, that's scary, especially when the Decipit car goes on the grass like that. Flipping heck. It's crazy. And Hans is finding a bit of entertainment in the fact that the number 3 car, who's just got a warning, their final warning, is actually the safest driver for 2 or 3 of the races. Matty Detry. Wait. Keanu Bourguignon now leads TCR because Olivier Boulting's been off for the lead.
What? Whoa! And look at that. Is that the leading BMS Porsche there?
It was.
Josh Malin, it is. Oh my word! And Boulting as well. So that was a couple of seconds of unraveling for the BMS team across the classes.
That's crazy.
That's crazy indeed.
Let's have a look then. What happened to Josh Malin? So I'm hoping it was this lap. If it isn't, then apologies everybody, but we have to do some digging. But Josh, I mean, we knew he was pushing hard before. You could see it. Bit of curb. Okay, so it's not this lap. We know that much for free. So apologies everyone. We are going to have to try and find out here where this happened. It will be a bit of flicking through replays. He's had a bit of a blink in and out there. Okay, here we go. So round turn 1. Oh, it's already gone a bit. Oh, he hits the grass. Kiss with the wall.
Keeps it rolling.
I mean,
Gets
skills.
it into reverse. Oh, that is car control on a very high level indeed to keep it running.
It was skills on a great level, but at the same time, a little bit dangerous, wasn't it, though, to keep the car rolling like that rather than just hold it on the brakes. But still, nice J-turn from Josh Malin. This is how it looked from his teammates' point of view. He's thinking, oh, hi, mate. But then he's been completely distracted by it there and gone straight on as Olivier Boultink.
Yeah.
You could say
right.
you could say he's done it all on his own.
Yeah, down the hill. There was really no stopping that. A major impact, I'm afraid, but though into the tire barriers, it didn't seem to be as big as some of the impacts we've seen the TCR machines suffer. It's been a very, very tough one so far indeed. The gap between Josh Malin and Tim Greven now down to 7.7 seconds. And so that lead battle in the 911 Cup car, very much live.
Is indeed, and then we've got this as well. Attila Sipos third, just ahead of Renzo Uhlenbroek. And we have Keanu Bourguignon leading TCR now for Flemish Sim Sports White, second in the championship. Matthew Detry is second in the race for Optimal Sim Racing Blue. If he holds on to second place, or even third, fourth, fifth, sixth, they will be champions. So he's definitely in a comfortable spot right now. Doesn't need to push too hard to catch Bourguignon. It's 6.6 seconds as... oh, Fabrice, never change. Does the fastest lap of the race again, 1:11.0. Very strong stuff. But Tim Greven is catching Josh Malin more and more, you know, as things go on.
Oh, that
here.
gap has gone down again, Chaz. Josh Malin has lost 6 seconds to Tim Greven since last time we checked. Look at that, the gap's right down. And I wonder if something has happened again to Josh Malin that we haven't quite seen, perhaps. Or maybe it's something that the event viewer isn't telling us necessarily, because finding it hard to believe. The gaps come up ever so slightly, and could be traffic, of course, if you're caught up by some kind of incident or a crazy moment. Those 6 seconds, that's a huge gap to have lost in that frame of time.
I was going to say, I completely understand, you know, that traffic can hold you up on the apex and maybe lose you a second or two because you have to get on the throttle later, corner at their speeds, but I don't know. Very, very close indeed. Now, he still leads it though, does Josh Malin. I think, to be fair, Tim Jacobs saying the timing was off. I think it's just, it doesn't update that quickly. It updates every sort of, I think it's half a lap or every sector, so I think it was just a slow update. There you go, it's gone to 2 seconds now. I think it doesn't update rapidly, like it doesn't update like it used to, where it's consistently clicking away. I mean, I can make it do that just to sort of prove the point that we do still have that capability in the cupboard, but it looks horrible. There you go. Make it stop, away. Make it go away, make it go away, make it. There you go. Yeah. So we do have that capability, but I'm sorry, boys, but I know you'd like to know it in real time, but it just looks so awful. And I mean, where else do you see people do that in the real world? Anyway, away from me getting bitter about broadcasting, here we go. Oh, now Ronald Moons with the tips from Race Control. Some say the winner of the Simtag dual pedal set is an Audi TCR driver. So we're getting clues now, so bust out the mystery machine, everybody. Put the collar on the dog and let's crack on. Anyway, these lot are cracking on in their own little herd at the moment. Now, interestingly, these two are for position, Pierre-Yves Dissot and Gilles Verstraeten, but Bavo Fullen, just behind, is going to get sick of following them, because at the moment he's just getting held up as one of the radicals just pings his way. Hello!
That was the optimal 911 Cup car on the inside there. I don't think we necessarily had any idea that was happening, but it looked very sketchy for Bravo Fullen indeed. He's getting held up massively here. Chaz is going to be losing. Already he lost more than a second, as far as I can see, at least on this lap. You can see Pierre Dussault really giving Jelle Verstraeten a hard time. They should just let Bravo Fulham through. They're doing just that. At least there's the Greenleaf car moving over. So Bravo Fulham will be hoping for more of the same.
He's just going to be
around, and you know what? So isn't that the MRS car of Thomas Stockmann's? More or less, right? It is right there.
That's the difference it's made at the moment. Then he's closed right up as Thomas Stockmann's. And to be fair, I'm thinking at this point, Jelle Verstraeten might try and use Bravo as a key to open the door to get past the Decipit machine. Looks like big jump over the curb there. Hello. There's so many different classes on screen at once. It's hard to keep an eye on who's lapping who and who's trying to. I mean, even within these 4 Porsches that you see on the track now, 2 of them are on the same lap as each other and 2 are on a different lap altogether. So there you go. But that's Pierre-Yves Dussault looking down the inside. Sorry, Pierre-Yves Dussault looking in his mirrors as Jelle Verstraeten looks down the inside. Flash the lights as well. 15 brake horsepower more for you, my friend. But now, the shoe's on the other foot here for Thomas Stockmann's, because he is probably going to get held up by them as well now as Bravo Fulham gets away.
Yeah, indeed. And that is the pendulum of luck that swings. And traffic giveth, traffic taketh. This is a very good example at just that, and just how it works in its own wondrous ways. And you can analyze it. You can, take a scientific approach, and I think it's not gonna aid you very, very much, because it's so much just a game of chance. Just when you're gonna get to the close end of someone up ahead. Jelle's in the pits, indeed, on the 1 hour mark. Well timed.
Yeah,
We're
indeed.
expecting them to do 3 stops at least. There, Stockmann's goes through, and let's see, the gap has certainly built up to Bravo Fulham. It's around 2 seconds now, Chaz.
Yeah, indeed. I'll be pleased with that, because it's so easy to get nervous when the gaps do start coming down. You can get in your own head about it and pay too much attention to that and not just the driving. So interesting to see how he's worked that in.
Chaz, Ekris has been off again, and so has the 19 car of Attila Sipos. I think that's actually the car in picture here, just behind William Chadwick. Here is the incident for Pim Bao, although that is
a bit scarier even though, isn't it?
It's scary though, not as dramatic as what we've seen. Oh, that is a little bit more on the dramatic side for Attila Sipos. Takes a big old trip into the botanical garden. Brent Verheyen seems to do the same thing in the 66 car. That's worse for the wear. At least the front end of the car seems to be stricken.
Yeah, I was going to say, no sort of camouflage could hide that, really, could it? No matter what you put on the car, unfortunately. Fair Brent. You could say the front end of the car is Brent, to be honest. Further up the order, though, Podprocky. Oh, hello. Sorry, commentators don't make all manner of noises when stuff like that happens. Christoph Ras round the outside of there. Go on, son. What a beautiful move that was. Fantastic stuff.
Indeed.
Jeez. Tim Jacobs saying, you're a great supporter when your wife enters the room and asks, why are you shouting at the computer? Well, to be honest, Tim, if my missus asked me that, it's usually when I'm building them. That's just, I can't, it's not broadcastable what I tend to shout at it. I'll tell you that for free. Now the battle in the Porsche Cup Class lead has come down again here. I'm wondering, is that damage affecting Josh Malin here, Hasse?
It could very well be just that. I'd expect him to come into the pits soon as well. Oh, Tim Grevin, that's almost the PTCC touch to the rear end. They're trying to get into the mind of Josh Malin, but we'll have to see. I think Tim Grevin has done a brilliant job on this opening stint, and we'll see what happens. Oh, look at the slip angle there. This is what we love to see from the 911 Cup cars as well. Josh Malin at the absolute limit there. Cutting across, trying to break the toe. to the 111 car coming up from behind. Chaz, I think you are very much correct at the fact that there is a little bit of a pace advantage to be had for the 111 who gets the Rosberg squeeze all the way to the outside of the track there.
Rosberg squeeze. I like that. But feisty stuff from Josh Malin, though. You'd expect nothing less. He knows what to do with the car, but Tim Greven has shown so many occasions. I mean, the whole Vapor Shop RDR Motorsport machine and its team has shown just how good they are as well this season. So it's a very, very strong fight once again. We're very lucky to see it. Oh, Pierre de Soet's had an issue. We were just watching before. Oh, no, that's a big one.
Oh, that is a huge impact. And with the concrete barrier as well, Chaz, no soft barrier to take the hit there for the Decibet car. And I'm afraid that's going to be, well, if they haven't spent their fast repair, they'll be wanting to spend it now. If they have, it's going to be major repairs indeed. Back on board here with Tim Greven, who's just looking for a way past Josh Mellon. Wants to find it. He's looking for it. He's got the big old flashlight out. He's looking left, right, and center. Haven't been able to find it so far. And you might want to consider taking the option of maybe passing the BMS car on the pit stop round.
Yeah, it might be the easier option. Just going one lap more. Try and go one lap earlier. You never know, though, do you? You can't always tell when your rivals are going to pit. And, well, there you go. That makes it obvious. So Josh Malin then in from the lead. What can Tim Greven do now? He's unleashed for a lap. It'll be very, very intriguing to see. Further down the order, Keanu Bourguignon now has a comfortable 8-second lead in BLC 4, the TCR class. And it's exactly what Flemish Simsport White need to do, but it's the fact that Optimal Sim Racing Blue are in second place still, isn't it, Hasse, that just means that it's all to no avail at the moment, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it is. Sorry, I was just getting cracked by Stephen DeVolt's chat comments. I was trying to mute myself and hoping you wouldn't ask me any questions, just as I was quietly cracking up by myself over in the background. But alas, it shouldn't be that way, and I will do my best to try and snap out of it. Matthew Detry, indeed. I think the pit stop round could be what some of the drivers still battling close were just about waiting for. I'm so interested to see what's gonna happen. Oh, Attila Sipos comes to a dead stop with the tire barrier. It's not the first time the 19 car has been off today.
It's a bit too hot, isn't it?
Yeah, but look at the front end. Looks more like a Volkswagen Beetle by now, I'm afraid, than a Porsche 911 race car. Here is Tim Greven, still not coming in, stretching the stop.
Yeah.
And William, here is Chadwick, second, still having been in here and doing battle with Renzo Oldenburg, coming up the inside of the 99 machine, and there's no answer. Brilliant move from William Chadwick, and brilliant to see that BMS car back into second place, though, coming into the pits now. And Erlenbrook, of course, I think have yet to come in as well. I think the only cars that have been in are quite a bit down the order compared to these cars. Laura Luft has had a small swing around. Rejoined safely.
It's
nice
easy.
to see.
So easy to do, isn't it? I mean, we've seen a number of cars do it now. William Chadwick, by the way, in the pits, so too Kobe Class and Attila Sipos. Oh, well, okay, maybe not. Yeah. What on earth has happened here to Attila Sipos?
You have to wonder. Oh, it's just coming in. So that was actually more. Oh! That was more something you would expect David Coulthard to have done back in the 1990s.
And, I'm not sure whether they'll get away with that, you know. I think he might get an unsafe pit entry.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a penalty indeed. I think the iRacing stewards are pretty strict, of course. This could be up to the in-race stewards, and they could, of course, cancel that penalty. But the iRacing stewards themselves are indeed very strict. If you come across that orange line there, indeed, you will pick up a penalty for entering the pit lane too late, so to say. indeed here. Let's see now. The 111 is in the pits, Chaz. It's Dries Rohart taking over for Vapor Shop RDR Motorsports. And what I'm interested in is just about how they're coming out. Oh, that might decide it, you know. Josh Malin getting involved with the VR racing car. Up ahead, he'll be fuming about that. Because that cost him a second easily. And a very sketchy, a very sketchy situation indeed.
Well, yeah, it's definitely another word to describe it. Josh Malin, though, he's going to be, like you say, very angry with that one. Where is Dries Rohart going to come out, though? They were right together as Tim Greven brought it in. So we'll have to see. Dries Rohart is not moving yet, although he's just down off the jacks now. You can see Josh Malin there on the right-hand side. Looks like he's going to go through. Look for it. There he is. Oh, and he does get actually a nice advantage on Dries Rohart now. So, unfortunately... Whoa! My goodness me.
That was close indeed. And Rohart in the thick of it. And this is...
Oh, no, he's hit him.
No!
That's the second time the 37 car has had to avoid a Porsche sideways in front of them. Dries is just trying to be predictable. He's making sure he keeps the car still.
And
oh, that's
worst thing
such
is,
a shame.
first time was in that very same, like exactly the same part of track and exactly the same place, basically. Let's see here on board with Dries Rohart as he exits the pit lane.
So he's got the Audi right up behind him there. So it's Nelson Costa de Sousa, and Tim's gone a little bit wide. Sorry, Dries has gone a bit wide, but Nelson's hit the grass. I mean, I don't mean to sound too harsh in this, but he should have just backed off. There's no need for him to be pushing to get side by side with the Porsche like that, in my opinion. It may be the wrong one in other people's
big
minds,
news.
but...
Big news.
Oh,
Fabrice Cornelis
has
had some kind of problem here, which is not something we're used to seeing. Let's see what happened to the race leader.
Oh no, he's got in too hot.
Collected on the inside. Oh, that's for a driver who has so few incidents, that was a very lucky escape indeed. You can hardly even see anything on the car, which is, to say the least, very, very rare for the radicals there. That was the slightest bit of contact as well. But just goes to show how difficult it is getting around here alive.
Yeah, that was a very scary one. That was Tom Van Putten, the Graphite Racing Belcar machine. Their first round in the Radical. And he definitely Van put himself in the way. Boudewijn Koesters had another issue as well, by the way. So is Tom Van Rompuy. We'll have a look at that in a moment. Whoa, big moment out of turn 2. You can really tell, no offence to Boudewijn, but you can tell that this isn't a circuit he's got a lot of experience on. We know how talented and how quick he is. To see him like this is very... Whoa! Okay. Well, that's a very quick turnaround. Let's just look at that again. He gets the front left just tucked underneath the Audi, and it just stops that front left on the spot, doesn't it? Look at that. It locks up the wheel.
Yeah.
Dips it down
and
to
the Audi just stays completely planted through it. It's like it weighs so much more. I think that...
it's like
and maybe also the contributing factor would be that Tom Van Rompuy is so hard on the brakes all along that would also aid the car rotating on itself. Dries Rohart back running after that earlier incident, but he might lose third place to William Chadwick, who gets the nose in there. A little bit of an opportunistic one. But,
oh no. Bowie Folland's gone off. He's fallen off.
From second, and Thomas Stockmans has just gone through as well.
This is still kicking off here as well.
Oh, still side by side here. Chadwick with the traffic might be able to go through here. Actually, I think he will.
That's his teammate.
Got his nose out. He's through.
Lovely
William
stuff.
Chadwick. Lovely. But this is not over.
Oh, he got too close to the Brab car, and now, of course, Dries Rohart in the Vapor Shop RDR machine trying to come through. Has he got a bit too wide there? No, he's not. He's just playing it safe. But I was going to say before, when the Radical bounced off the back of the Audi, it's like throwing a pebble at a tank, isn't it, really? When the Radical bounces off these things. There's just such a weight difference. It's unbelievable. He probably didn't even notice it. He just got a car contact. I thought, what? Thought it was a glitch. In the GT4 fours, we've actually got Brent Verheyen in the GHK E-Racing by T2 racing car in amongst them as he's trying to squeeze his way back up the order. Tom Van Put has put it into pit lane. Well, I suppose you could call him Tom Van Pit right now, to be honest. But he won't be too pleased after that earlier. He must have been very nervous in the cockpit as Fabrice Cornelis got that close. Either way, still some fantastic racing going on up and down the entire field. And I can't believe that we've already done, well, how long now? An hour and 13 minutes. It just flies by, doesn't it? Really does fly by.
We've had plenty of things to talk about as well so far this race. One of the last one being Bravo Fallon and his excursion off track, which has sent Thomas Stockmans up into second place. The Brab car and Bram Benneman's not too far behind as well, about 15 seconds off of this battle. And I think you mentioned before, Jürgen Büllicher as well, close to them. The gap between 4th and 5th in GT4 is just 5 seconds, though. That's risen quite a bit. Oh, Davy Suffaliers suffering a bit for himself on the outside of was that turn 2? Or
yeah.
Turn 2 and turn 4 seem to be very similar in a way here. They come over the same sort of crest.
Yeah,
in the terrain.
It's the way they head away from the camera as well when they come around there. It's just a very similar shot each side. You could say that Davey is suffering here at Mosport. Now, oh, sorry, apologies, I got confused there. I did think that. Brent Verheyen is actually trying to get past Thomas Stockmans for position. There he goes in the GT3 Cup car. Jens van Herk, Tom van Rompuy, and of course your race leader are on pit road right now. Koen Klopman taking over in the Radical. It feels like forever when they sit there, doesn't it, really? As he gets going again. And stays in the lead. Matthias Mass, 1 minute and 46 seconds back. It's what was that? It was a car around Pinbao. That was the Ekras car again.
Again, they've had a nightmare indeed, Chaz. Oh, that's the furthest off they've been.
Look at this in front of the leader. Oh, my lord, that is a very, very scary moment, that. So here's how Koen Klopman saw it. You'll see the car having the incident. There it is on the right, on the left. So he gets a good view of it at least. Wow, it could have easily rolled back though, couldn't it? Very scary indeed there.
What a way to have your first moments of the race, as well as Pinbao parks it and tows back to the pits.
It's so disheartening, isn't it? That the fact that they've been so good all season, and just it comes down to one last race, and it's just the absolute race from hell for them, isn't it? Everything has gone wrong for them so far, not always through fault of their own. It's just been one of those races, hasn't it?
It really has. It's been a race to forget, to be honest, and we've seen it over the entirety of the season. They really know how to race, but that doesn't protect you from having bad luck, and they've had bad luck aplenty tonight. So we're watching the Roaring Chicken Nuggets, and Nick Stoop currently 7th in GT4, being passed by the 19 machine, who's picked up a fast repair by the looks of things, because it looks mint again, which is probably about time. Last time we saw that car, it looked very bad indeed. And Damien Ellows taking over for Traxxas by JWS Motorsports, and I'm just going to be wondering just where they're going to be coming back out, but I think they're well clear of VR Racing by now, who's also taken a fast repair. And I think a lot of teams taking these fast repair here on this opening pit stop round, but it springs to mind that it's going to be a long race for them if it keeps on going like it's been so far.
Yeah, I think it's going to be intriguing to see if they need to use them later. You could argue that earlier on in the race it's a bit more bunched up, there's a bit more going on. I just think in fairness, it doesn't really matter on a track like this what stage of the race you're at. It's always going to be packed with cars all around the circuit. So you've got to just wait and see, haven't you, really? You've just got to hope that any of the traffic that you come across doesn't cause any issues for you. But yeah, I mean, have we ever seen that go smoothly for everybody before? No.
Oh. No, indeed. It's a battle that's come back alive here. The 999 car might be ever so slightly skewed on when they were in. Indeed, Chaz had a pit stop on lap 24. So halfway compared to the rest of the bunch who were in on, well, between laps 48 and 50. Which might put them out of contention. I can't really do the maths on that yet. That might cost them an extra stop in the end, I'm afraid. Christoph Raas feeling the pressure here is Julian Pipers, and the battle for 5th place with Maxim van den Hoof.
Oh, no.
Oh my word, and they make contact. And I think that's Pipers wanting to hold back. And he starts rolling again because he has to. I think he's gonna let through the 99 car again. Yeah, there it is. Great display of gentlemanly behavior, knowing the mistake was on his part, and it's such an easy mistake to make when you're so close in these braking zones on Mosport. They tend to, just like here, they sort of break into the braking zone. They turn in ever so slightly, and it isn't just straightforward, to put it that way. What's happened to Jürgen Gülicher here, Chaz? Oh, it's just another...
What's in the wall? Oh,
yeah.
Only just. Now this is again what happened with Maxim van den Hoof. Oh, big hit in the back there by Guillaume Pipers. But like you say, fantastic sportsmanship there to let them go back ahead. And the battle is on again here in the Porsche Cup class. They just never seem to leave each other alone, these lot. Honest to God. Christoph Raas second at the moment then. William Chadwick right behind. It's been a very impressive performance by William Chadwick. Very interesting debut. Just stepping in front there at the number 66, looking down the inside. It's very racing.
Yeah, that touch on the grass on the outside, coming into the very fast yet tightening right-hander. There's certainly a dangerous moment. Flashing lights, hoping for those extra 15 horsepower on the number 4 machine. That's the JWS car, the number 5 machine, I'm sorry. Through on the inside. Or is it the number 4? It is the number 4. I think it's the number 5. It does have the number 4 on the side. I don't know. It's it seems to be confusing me. Something on this car must look like a...
Oh, it's the JWS badge as well to me.
Oh, yeah, of course. That does it.
Nice looking car as well, actually. The Traxxas by JWS Motorsport Machine. These radicals are not easy to paint. It's not easy to make them look good as... Oh, no, Nick Stoop. Where is Nick? There he is.
Chicken nuggets in the background there.
I didn't think he could stoop so low. But it's
and
okay.
Neither did I think you could, Chaz.
I didn't expect the rejoin to stoop that low. Look at this. The Decipit Racing team, you could say he was desperate to get back on track.
Yeah, the minute of bad puns.
Yeah.
And he goes backward just to chicken out of it. I think that minute is gone early, Chaz. I'm sorry. Apologies. Oh, he gets that tap, though. And yet again, the Urano car just comes around, but at the right time rather than at the wrong time, which seems to be what makes the difference ever so often. They seem to have this magical aura about them or something that just hinders incidents from really catching them out. Like we've seen it time and time again. They've gone through race after race without being really caught up in anything, really, which seems to be quite an achievement all on its own. And then carrying the pace they've been carrying, it's all the more impressive here. Dries, this is not Dries Brohart. This is, of course, Maxim van den Hove! And yet again, not the first time we've seen something. Maxim van den Hove now has a clear advantage. That was Piper's, of course, coming off in the background.
Dries Rohart's had an issue. Up the hill.
Dries.
Oh, gravel. Heads. Oh, a tiny touch there with the 13. Whoa! And then Tom Van Putt nearly got Tom Van Putt into the side of a Porsche there. Flipping heck, that was close. Brent Verheyen has had an issue as well. Oh, this Porsche has had a very tough time, hasn't it? Grass. It may be camouflaged, but you can still see it. What a drift, Brent. Go on, lad. That's fantastic.
Keeps it out the wall. Impressive indeed.
Wow.
Really.
I'll tell you what. I'm sorry. I was going to say I really wish that I had the Too Fast Too Furious music to hand right now, because I would definitely play it over this in slow motion. I do not want to be given a slap on the wrist by the copyright man. Exactly. I don't want to get given a. Sorry, it's the Tokyo Drift one, isn't it? Yeah, that's what I mean.
I'm not gonna try and sing that.
No, I'm not either. I don't want to be given a smack on the wrist by the copyright.
The number 47 car receives a 30-second stop and go penalty for an unsafe track rejoin.
Yeah, that'll be Nick then in front of the Decipit car before.
Yeah.
So, kind of understandable in honesty. Sorry, Nick, have to say it.
But it's I mean, and we've mentioned that this just comes in as a prolonging of the amount of traffic present on track in general. It's just so hard finding a clear space, and you can find yourself waiting for a long time indeed. And this battle, Chaz, second place, still going on hot. I was about to say before that when the 911 Cup cars go off track, they have the advantage of not having traction control, which actually can really aid you in getting some kind of bite on the slippery grass with the wheel spin and such, and actually can really help you get the car rotated and driven back towards the gray stuff. Although it can also rotate the car too much. It's done with control, as Brent Verheyen has shown on multiple occasions here. But what a display. This battle is going on and on. We've had another problem here now.
Wanted to look back at this one. We didn't quite catch it before. It's another little drift montage, but not quite as dramatic as the other one we saw. But still, it's just as soon as you go in the tiny bit too hot into there, it causes an issue. Now this man's causing an issue. William Jadwick all over the back of Christoph Rass. He's on the ass of Rass, you could say. All over the back. I'll tell you what, it's such a close fight. I don't really dare do this. Oh, well, there's the internal workings of the Porsche Cup car. Look at that wonderful Flemish livery as well. They have said they've got a update on the liveries as well, actually. I can see all the circuit wheels. I think, have they got a new sponsor down the side, actually, that I have not noticed yet? We'll have to have a little closer look, won't we, at the car in front. Tom Van Putt has put it off and put it in the wall. Oh, big time. Big time.
A huge shunt for the Graphite Racing Belcar machine. Oh!
Oh, well, he gave Laura a luft there, you could say. Or Laura was aloft.
I can tell you so much, Chaz, that in Danish, luft translates very much directly into air, and she got sent airborne there, so there's a certain sense of meaning in my native language.
Close your eyes.
See what happens. Oh!
It's this as well, though. I mean, I don't know what you would class as a close call, everybody, but I think we're about to get a bit of a demonstration as to what the words close call mean, really.
that the 999?
I imagine.
And it actually, you know what? I checked. There was a bit of a net code there, Chaz, because it actually registered a bit of a punt to the front side of Laura Luft's car as well. There
Looks very grumpy, doesn't it?
Yeah, but that was a close call.
It was indeed. Tom Van Pitt. That was me, Stephen. Tom Van Pitt. Anyway, we're not here to claim jokes. Just in front of this, one of the
Chadwick's gone past.
Yeah, he's made the move, so we've been so distracted by puns and accidents. Although, to be fair, he does it just at the end of the lap. Nice, clean move down the inside. Lovely stuff. And that's the thing, really, around here. It's so difficult to overtake. You want to make sure you do it in as clean way as possible, don't you?
Yeah, very much so. And if you can keep the car in a good condition, it's very much worth it. I think it's been a tough opening hour and a half, it has to be said. But here we are. And what a show it's been in the Porsche Cup alone. That's been a race with plenty of action all in itself.
As indeed.
And Josh Malin. Oh. Who's Borganyan?
I was just going to say he's in a bit of no man's land again here. He's got 7 seconds to Detry. And the next car around him, I mean, if I show you the track map, he's the yellow highlighted green ring on the start-finish straight, which may, it may not look that exciting. Oh, apologies. He may not look that exciting at this point, but, it's the best place for them to be, isn't it, really? Because I think they have to be so reliant on any clean air they get. That's their perfect time to really have a strong run. So, yeah, they're doing a fine job at the minute. It's all right, Stephen. No worries, mate. It's all good. It is all good. We're not keeping tabs on who has how many jokes here. That's not what this is about. To be fair, that's probably only because we'd lose count, wouldn't we? Let's face it. We would lose count. This battle is still going on now, actually. Teresa O'Hart, Maxime van den Hove. We said how similar these cars' liveries look from a long way away, side on. They've both got wonderful black and white patterns with some splashes of colour in there, mainly with the colours over the front arches and a black bonnet and an angled design at the side. No offence to either if they don't like each other's liveries, but yeah, from afar, they do look like just recoloured versions of one another. Still, both absolutely stunning bits of machinery. But this, at the moment, is another intriguing fight in the Porsche Cup. Although Vince Peters has gone off now, Hasse, in the number 11. So these guys are really struggling, and that's going to be a biggie.
Oh.
Yeah, something about Tokyo and all that.
A big drift indeed.
Nicely saved, though.
The 99 machine almost getting around.
They fell off my chair.
Being blocked off there ever so slightly by the 111 having to go around the green leaf car. And there's just about space.
Space for a leaf.
Well, you could hardly have fit a leaf in between the two in that situation, but they managed to make space for one another, impressively enough in itself, because there wasn't really a lot, give or take, but they made it work. And it just goes to show the intensity of this battle at the moment. 4th place up for grabs. And the prospect of Gillian Pipers in the number 20 machine, who certainly has been going well in this series so far, closing in on him as well.
I've just realised as well, Frank Oosterhuis, who is leading now in the oh no, apologies everybody. I have Frank Oosterhuis. He's somehow down in the Porsche Cup car, so it says he's leading that class now. Very strange. I thought he had actually got in one of the leading Porsche Cup cars, but he's actually, as you can very clearly see, everybody, he's in a Radical, so allow me to change that for you. Apologies for that. There are so many details and things that we do have to change, so trust me, it's not the easiest. And there you go, everybody in the Porsche Cup class gets a position. You get a position, you get a position, everybody gets a position. I can see Oprah now pointing at every single Porsche out there, loving life. But we have some amazing battles out on this circuit already. We are 1.5 hours into the race. So we are going to get to the point now where we have to go for a very quick break here. So Hasse, in this first sort of 90 minutes, what would you say has been one of the real highlights here? And would you like to choose a car to ride on board with for the next few minutes?
I'd like to hop aboard with Cohen Clubman to see how the number 1 machine slices through the traffic here. And to be honest, Chaz, I'm having a hard time really finding one moment, because it's either been some very close battling, we've seen quite a lot of that, and we've seen some notable incidents as well, but it's been hard to really pick one over the rest of them, also because there's been so much happening.
There has been a lot indeed. Like we say there, everybody, we're just going to take a quick break here on the commentary team on Simracersworld TV. This is the Virtual Belcar Winter Series Round 5 from Canadian Tire Motorsports Park, lovingly known as Mosport. Chaz Draycott here with Hasse Rømer, and we'll be back with you, if I can get my words out, in about 5 minutes. Hello again, everybody. Chaz Draycott here with Hasse Rømer on Simracersworld TV. We are over an hour and a half of the way through the final round of the Virtual Belcar Winter Series here from Canadian Tire Motorsports Park. And what a race we have had so far. Hasse and I will take you down the order in each class just now. Although Vince Peters has decided to have a crash, so that's going to put pay to that for a moment or so while we have a look at what he's done. That's up to the right-hander, Hasse, and a lot of people have had issues here, haven't they?
Yeah, it's certainly not the first time that we've seen it, and I don't think it's going to be the last. And there's pretty much a mirror incident of something we've seen plenty of times already tonight. It's Cone Clubman, though, we were on board for a few minutes there, and as I was coming back from picking up my coffee from the kitchen, see a similar incident happening up ahead for one of the radicals. I think that was that the 71 car, the graphite car? I think it actually was.
Well, you're lucky. You were getting coffee from the kitchen, and I fell down the stairs.
She actually did fall down the stairs.
I actually, about 6 steps up, managed to slip with one foot, and then managed to get it gripped onto the other one, at which point my knee just went, and I buckled forwards and James Bond style rolled down the last 3 steps. It's really hurt my back, but I'll be alright. It's part of it. It's part of the show. Anyway, that's not me implying that to make a good sim racing broadcast you have to chuck yourself down the stairs, by the way, because some people will take that literally. Cone Klopman leads it for Urano Esports. They are newly crowned champions, and they are putting in another championship winning drive, I should say. Matthias Maas is second for Traxxas by J&V Services. Dynamics Radical Racing are in 3rd place. Damien Allo says hello to 4th place for Traxxas by JWS Motorsport. Robbie DeBee, or Robbie DeBye, is going to say, well, if Damien's saying hello, Robbie's saying bye. He's in the VR Racing Vic Motors machine. And these two have been really chasing each other down all race long. Look at that traffic management there. Beautiful stuff. Frank Oosterhuis for Graphite Racing Belcar having a bit of a tough time in their first race in the class at the moment. And now the wonderful Hasse Rømer will take you through. Oh, actually, let's not forget Colin Spork, Edge Esports, by the way. The other VR Racing Quick Motors car didn't take the start, but we have a Porsche Cup class that's been very interesting from the get-go, hasn't it, mate?
It very much has, and it's still led by the newcomer to the class as well, the 344 car, the PMS Esports by Vibe Esports machine, still driven by Josh Malin, who's done a superb job and still is doing a very good job indeed. Leading teammate William Chadwick, also a newcomer, and by about half a minute, then Hans Pullmans is in the 999 for their pit stop. As I said earlier, their pit strategy is a bit skewed compared to some of the competition. And here is Ruben van Buell for Dynamics Racing Optica. The number 8 car is having a bit of an issue, and I think he's hating it for a moment indeed there. But Maxim van den Hove has climbed up into 3rd place. And the Vapor Shop car, I think, not too far behind. And then the number 20 machine, I think still driven by Guillaume Pipers, yes, very much indeed, has very much also closed up. And that battle for a 3rd place is coming together. It's about 2 seconds separating all of them at the moment. Simtag is in 6th place, ahead of the 999, as I said, in the pits. Let's see where they stand when they come out. And the number 8 car that we saw in an incident before coming into the pits as well. That's Ruben van Buell, and the car looks worse for wear up ahead. The 13 car having had more of what we've seen before for them. Poor luck, and the curse of the number 13 has stricken again, and I'm serious about this. They should really try turning at least one of the numbers upside down for the next season. Just saying, should help. And then just the biggest surprise, really, that the all-conquering number 11 car is really nowhere to be found. They've had a really tough time and a terrible race by their standards so far. Of course, I understand that none of the drivers are really too experienced at the track, and there's not too much to lose for them either here with such with like a the championship battle already decided and nothing to lose in that sense. But we've seen them from their human side, haven't we?
Yeah, definitely, and it's been intriguing to see this difference in their pace and their ability when they've not had as much time on track. And we've seen it before where Boudwin started from the back of the class just so he could have a more interesting drive to the front. The audacity of it is fantastic, and I love it. But they really haven't had the easiest time. Same as well for the 66. Brent Verheyen in the GHK E-Racing by T2 Racing, team name that rolls off the tongue, in 11th in class. But then we have this car. Robin de Ville in the Flemish Simsports Black GT4 Porsche, currently 22 seconds ahead of Cone Beavers in the Sim Formula Europe car. Another strong performance by them. Stephen Maris is third in the Team MRS machine. Then we have Abel Court in the Braab car. Jonas Windy is in the JJ Motorsport BMW in 5th. Hendrik de Grave in the other Flemish Simsports car has just come in. Actually, he's on his way out, apologies. On his way out of the pit lane. Didier Dexters is next up in the Sky Limit Racing for Zolder machine, with the Canadian national colours on the car. Mannix de Wit in the Greenleaf Racing Green machine is in 8th place in class. The only GT4 car currently where they started the race. Sven Bollen is in 9th position for B-Sim Racing. Kevin van der Wielen in the Decipit Racing Team car is 11th. And we have Robin de Becker. And big news actually, Hasse. The Ecris car is out. So, Flemish Simsport Black are champions. Simple as that.
Yeah, given that they have to complete the race as well. But if they do so, they've been flawless so far for the first hour and 45 minutes, getting close to the halfway through the race marker here. So it's been looking very, very good for them. And just saying that it's not over till the checkered flag is shown. But indeed, by the looks of things, they will be a very deserving GT4 champion. It's been a great fight. We'd love to see it go on, though, but it's been a decisive race in that battle, it has to be said, much more so than any other this season.
Yeah, it certainly has. And we, of course, have a fantastic battle in the TCR class as well, don't we, with Flemish Simsport White still leading the way. Optimal Sim Racing Blue on their way to a championship at the moment. Currently second. Well, not on their way to a championship with a connection like that. BMS Esports TCR1 Belcar a third. Stefan Kalbrecht at the wheel. Then it's Sam Putterville's in the Radeon Motorsport by QSR2 machine. Milan Phaetons is 5th with Radeon Motorsport QSR1. Oh, there's the 66 car around again. Ronnie Heyman for CCTS Esports Belcar is 6th. BMS Esports TCR3 Belcar are 7th. And there's Antoine Bass in the Optimal Sim Racing Purple machine. Bram Mouton, unfortunately, out of the race on his debut in the series as well, unfortunately. But still, great battles all the way up and down the order. Oh, Vince Peters is off big time.
Huge smash for the 11 car again. Bingo by Simtag EMG. Let's see just what happened here, Chaz. That was a big one indeed. Oh, that's been coming for a long time indeed. As he tries to correct it, gets the flyer. Oh. It just goes to show how little it takes actually for the car to go all over the place here.
Easy to spin, very floaty everywhere. Get it a bit upset on a curb or on some grass, you can have a big one. But honestly, I mean, it's such a shame to see the GT4 battle decided like this, but like you say, it's not over till the fat lady sings or until someone puts in a noise complaint from nearby after they move to the circuit under their own will. Not looking at anybody in particular. Honestly, that's a joke that needs a bit more explaining, really, but I live very close to Alton Park, for anybody that doesn't know. I love the place, and there's been so many noise complaints by people that have moved near the track. Like, the track's been there a long time. People move there and then complain about the noise. and those are the sort of people that would buy a Nissan Juke, I imagine. But either way, this GT4 battle is definitely not over, that's for sure, as Vince Peters has gone off again, you know, at the hairpin. Well, it's kind of a hairpin. But it is such a shame for Chris, and they have been so phenomenal all season. And you can't knock them, really, for what they've done. And I'm sure the Flemish Simsports Black guys will be gracious in victory, but, of course, congratulate their competitors against them on such a fight that went to the end. But at the end of the day, though, Hasse, this is racing, and you have to be in it to win it, and you have to try and survive, as Jonas Windy is proving that they're not at the moment.
And he was fighting the Brab car, actually, 4th position as well, coming into this one. Not too far back, at least, I think. But Jonas Windy, oh, and he's not going to keep it out the wall, as we've seen many others do. Collects the tires, makes him a bit of bumps, paintwork. And the car goes on. That's the Flemish GT4 coming up to lap the JJ Motorsports car. Still sitting 5th, about to go a lap down. I think he would... He meaning, of course, the Robin DeVille. The Robin. That's what he been said by Mika Hakkinen. He would have loved just to get past it. Oh, Hendrik de Grave. Some say the winner of the Simtag dual pedal set is now on track in an Audi TCR. So that really narrows the field here, Chaz. One of these drivers.
Who do you reckon? Are you a betting man?
What's a good question?
I tell you what, we'll do this live on air, everybody. How much, Hasse, if you went to your favourite coffee place in the world, near you, obviously within reason, if you went to get a coffee from somewhere, if you went out, how much would you say the nicest coffee you could get would be?
It's about a $5.
Okay. Now, money. I'm a humongous fan of a McDonald's, so how about we put £5 on this and we pick one each? And if neither of us get it, then no one gets anything.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm up for a $5.
I think it's Stefan Kalbrecht.
You think it's Stefan Kalbrecht?
Yeah. I don't know why. I just do.
Yeah, you just do. Yeah, I didn't get my, what if I thought it was Stefan Kalbrecht as well? That would make it very, very...
And I'll send you a $5 and you send me a refund.
I'm going to say, I think it is Antoine Bus.
Yeah, the boss man.
Antoine Bus, the boss man himself, in the 37 car.
We'll remember that, everybody, or at least we hope you will, because we'll probably forget by the end of the race, or forget when it gets announced. And we'll just say, oh, yeah, I thought it was him anyway, yeah. But no, there you go, the $5 placed on that.
Well, we'll be held up on it, Chaz, I'm quite sure. At the end of it,
I mean, we give out the commentators' curses, the people in the chat never forget. We love you guys in the chat, by the way, honestly. The support, not just for this series, but for Simracersworld TV has been fantastic since the very start, just over a year ago now as well, so thank you very much, everybody. And on that note, of course, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to Simracersworld. We really do hope to do more of this in future with Virtual Belcar. Thomas Smets is saying Jonathan Poulet for me. Are you putting a 5 right, Thomas? Putting a 5 right, mate. It's a $5 to enter this competition.
Yeah, we're pulling up ourselves here for ends up being a big old trip to the Macca in the end.
Yeah.
As we got around to talking about last time out, Chaz, as so passionately and affectionately called in Danish, the Golden Seagull.
The Golden Seagull, indeed. Yeah, the Golden Arches over here. It's well, that's my sort of code word for it when we're in the car and I try to say it without telling my son that we're going to get a McDonald's. I sort of say to Beth, should we get a Golden Arches? Because he doesn't know what that means. So, just in case, just if because he honestly, the amount of stuff that he picks up on is ridiculous. It's quite scary, really. What he repeats to you sometimes. Let me tell you, everybody, if you do have kids that are around 5 or 6, You really need to be careful of what you're saying in front of them. They'll pick up anything and turn it against you. Guillain Pipers runs wide for a moment there and gets back on the power run right around the GT4 car once again with absolute ease. We're getting up to the halfway point here, though, nearly 2 hours into this race. 93 laps on the board. Thomas saying, I would raise you a 10, but why not? I'm feeling lucky. Smashing stuff, mate. We'll sort that out. So he thinks Jonathan Poulet. I think Stefan Kalbrecht. Hasse has got Antoine Boss. Stefan Kalbrecht is actually right behind Sam Putterville's here as well, so he's in a good spot for a battle. Just trying to chase down the Radeon Motorsport machine. He must have been really held up in traffic, though. Although, actually, no, sorry. Sam Putterville's has got past Stefan Kalbrecht. Apologies, that's my mistake there. Let's have a look. Oh, easy stuff down the straight, Hasse. Nice and simple.
Yeah. Yeah, and Stefan Kalbrecht not really wanting to try and put up any fight. Even space for the number 3 to swing around the outside and make life easy for everyone. Oh, look at this. Oh, that's one of the GT4 machines going wide indeed.
I think that's...
Is that Lauren? Is that the 28 car? Oh,
I'm trying to figure out which one that is. I think I've gone dim. I can't figure out for the life of me.
Is that the BMS eSport GT4 Belcar?
Yes, yes it is. Yeah, it's Yvonne van den Berg in that car there. Just having a little moment through the right-hander, but we've seen it on a few tracks before, haven't we? Ooh, Josh Malin's had an issue. I was going to say we've seen it on a number of circuits before. Oh, that's a big lock-up and he's in the wall.
Oh, and a major piece of contact there with the... well, it is the outside tire barrier, but it is right around the left front wheel there. It could have been suspension damage. It doesn't take a lot if you hit it at a bad angle. So we'll have to see just how that plays out. Mind you, the gap in the Porsche 911 Cup class at the moment is, well, what is it? 40 seconds or so? 45 seconds at the moment? 40
seconds from Josh Malin to William Chadwick. So Josh has been putting a really good, strong drive in. Sen Hulsman saying, when will the winner of the pedals be announced? Very soon, mate, very soon. We, Hasse, I, and Thomas Smets have all put 5 pounds of sorts on. we're all from a different country, so roughly what translates to £5. So in where Hasse lives, it's probably about $495 or something.
No. That'll be a fiver for me now, which is going to be, I guess, around 35 Danish kroner.
Okay, that's not too bad actually. Honestly, when I went to Iceland a few years ago, and I had to try and get used to Corona when I was trying to buy a chocolate bar, and someone said it'd be like 1,000 something. I was thinking, flipping heck, £1,000 for a chocolate bar. It's very strange to get used to things like that.
It's not $1,000 for a chocolate bar. That would be Italy. Like, I remember when I went to Italy as a kid, and I had to buy a little Pokemon toy, like a Pokeball with a Pokemon inside, which I heartbreakingly lost at a fairground ride where I couldn't get it back because it just like fell out in like a sort of roller coaster of sorts, and I was heartbroken. Anyway, that's a sub story. But the point being that I spent 45,000 lira on it. It was, of course, before the days of the euro.
Oh, wow.
And the Italian currency has been in shambles for a long time up to that. The lira had been a very tough time indeed. So, Vince Peter's just about keeps control on the car coming into the pits.
Oh my God, Vince, what are you doing?
But yeah, 45,000 lira for a small toy.
I like that. If I'm not in anymore, which is quite possible, and I lose, I promise to contact you or Hasse. Fair is fair. Fair play, mate. Well, if I'd say I think now this is a 3-way bet. I think the best way to do this is whoever gets it right, the other two owe them a fiver. And then if none of us get it right, then nobody owes anybody anything.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll have a virtual handshake on that, Thomas, and obviously we'll I'm trying to find the emoji for it, because there is an emoji for washing your hands, and it just looks like people shaking hands, to be fair. But either way, wash your hands at the same time. Right, we're off topic now. Nearly 2 hours into race 5 of this championship. Koen Klotman and his team, Urano Esports, absolutely on a mission once again. Untouchable so far in this race. Over a minute ahead of Traxxas by J&V Services. They'll be able to see them on track very soon. In fact, I think they might be able to see them now. I think they're just over the horizon. Yeah, maybe just up the road. So it's very close. But that is obviously to put a lap on them. Josh Malin doing a wonderful job at the moment in leading the Porsche Cup class. Had a little off not too long ago. Flemish Sim Sports Black, who, as long as they finish this race with 3 points, which basically means finishing 8th in class or higher, they will be champions. Although, actually, no, they need to finish 8th because that's 4 points, and they need to get a point over the other team to beat them. So, at the moment, they're leading it and doing a wonderful job. If they were to be 8th in class, they would have to lose 2 minutes and 20 seconds, basically. So they've got it all under control. Anton Dupin has been driving the absolute wheels off that Audi at the moment, hasn't he, Hasse? It's 11.9 seconds to the champion-elect team at the moment. It just doesn't show any sign of slowing down.
No, and they... sorry, they've had their battle going on very much all season as well, those two cars, and it's rare that we see anyone really coming out on top against the Flemish TCR team. And it's very, very strong and very competent with the car. But today they're showing that class. It's Anton Dupin having taken over, and they're just kind of been able to continue of the groundwork that's put in over the first stint. And it's been a slow but steady increase of the gap down to optimal, down to those aforementioned 11 seconds. Last time we saw it, it was about 7.5.
Yeah, indeed. It certainly is just gradually expanding bit by bit. But something that is close.
Some say the winner of the Simtag tournament is now being redrawn over fears that Chaz got it right and will have to convert Krona. The great British.
I definitely didn't write that. Steph Del News has just got past Robin DeVille, Cruella's son, for position. He's not going to be too bothered by that, though. He's actually got the 999 car just behind him on track. Hans Polman's at the wheel of that one. Good old Hansy. Whenever he races in anything that I'm watching, he seems to have his own fan club. It's brilliant. But he's chucking that thing around at the minute. Good pace from him. And chasing the sister car there, the GT4 machine. Do you think he'll just give him a flash of the lights, give him a wave, say, "Hiya, mate, how's your race going?" Or a potential early well done on the championship. Maybe even jinxing it, you never know.
Yeah, I think actually we've seen just the Flemish cars have been fairly good around one another in track. We haven't actually seen cars that across the teams that have cars in multiple classes that they've collected one another, have been involved in getting tangled up here and there, which is really something you don't want. But the you also just have to question, like, if all the Flemish drivers had to be in, say, the same drivers radio channel in Discord, it would be very chaotic in the end. So I don't necessarily think they have too much contact going on with that doesn't mean you can't send a friendly little gesture along the way, and I certainly think if it was me, I would totally be doing that. But I'm also a blinky man. I tend to like that.
Yeah, I used to be in a team where we showed each other our sort of satisfaction with one another by just ramming into the back of them. There was a clip on my Twitch actually from a while ago, somebody saying, what's it like to drive in so-and-so team? And it was just us lot practicing our starts together and all having a massive crash at the first corner, every single car. But either way, oh, that was a scary moment there. That's Damien saying hello to Anton Dupin. And there's actually, no, I thought that might have been third position there. Thomas Smet saying, honestly, Chaz, I think if you win, I'll give you £9. That way The way you say those nines all this season would be fitting. Yeah. How many pounds have you got, Chaz? 999. Love it. Absolutely love it. And yeah, Steve Kleiss saying he had pedal issues when he got in the car. He says on the grid the throttle went to 100% without pressing it. Somebody needs to find a way to get Steve Kleiss some new pedals. How do you think we can do that? Oh my goodness me. It'll change in a minute. It'll be, some say that the winner of the Simtag pedals was a Porsche that didn't move off the line. Oh, I wonder who that could be. Anyway, the Roaring Chicken Nuggets are looking not to get dipped in anything at the moment. It's getting desperate now in here, everybody. I'm sorry. Honestly, though, we do hope you are enjoying the show. Please do try and take this seriously. I say to myself. But there's a bit of an overlap here because we've got Vince Peters, who's just up the road from this, and then Robin De Becker right in front of Sam Putterville's in this TCR car. Now, these are for position, as they're all overlapping a bit. They've had their own incidents. They've had their own different strategies. And we see this more than we actually bargained for this season, don't we, Hasse? Where the GT4 cars are getting in amongst the TCRs, or vice versa, really.
Yeah, we do, and it's something that it really doesn't take a lot of knocks to a GT4 car to be thrown in the mix with the TCRs. And when we see some of the different dynamics with the cars really come into display as well, the super solid TCR machines that are very planted indeed often against the TCRs that can be quicker, yet a little more challenging to drive, especially the Cayman seems to be a little difficult to get to grips with sometimes, at least for some of the teams. But I guess on the straights we've seen it before. It's not a question of more than a few kilometers an hour here as the Deso Pit car actually goes through. Just to prove me wrong there, but it's the difference is there, but it's not huge. Let's just put it there.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, when you've got the likes of these radicals out there as well, you know, the pace difference between these and the TCR cars is just scary. It's massive. And you go on board with a TCR car, so you see these little radicals just buzz past with its big wing and its garish features. It's just so quick. It's unbelievable. I mean, even with the Porsche Cup car there, look at it. The acceleration is not that different, but yeah, just the way they get around. Stephen the Wolf saying, can you imagine this race is only halfway? Feels like 3 races already. And yeah, to be fair, as much as that first hour and a bit flew by, the last half hour has taken forever. Not saying that I'm not enjoying it. I mean, I absolutely love these races. But it's, yeah, it's certainly one that's going to be draining the drivers as well, because there's so many laps that you can get in around here with it being such a short lap. I mean, we're on lap 104 now for Urano. Oh no, Stefan loses off again.
Oh.
They're just going to be doing so many laps here. I think they may actually get, I was going to say bang on 200, but I reckon it'll be just more than that. No, actually, just less than that, I think. Trying to figure it out whether I've gone the wrong way with that or not.
I'm in no state to start my head maths. That's right now. I was searching for it for a second and just nothing came. And I was like, okay, I'm going to leave that right there and just try and concentrate on the race. But it's true, Chaz, that over the last half hour or so, maybe a little bit more even, the race has very certainly fallen into a much more steady rhythm than what we've seen before. That gap, however, to optimal has come down to, and as we say that, that's the other optimal car of Antoine Boss. I just for a second thought that was the championship leading second place optimal car, though it wasn't. But that gap is just around 9 seconds now, Chaz. So it's certainly getting closer here. We can see just what happened to Antoine Boss, who just missed the entrance point. Oh my word, huge slide. And there you can see the advantages of front-wheel drive. Certainly, I don't think any other car could have done that maneuver out on that grassy bit there, Chaz.
I was going to say, do that in a Porsche, I dare you. To be fair, that was just Antoine Boss giving us a demonstration there of Audi going back to its rallying roots, wasn't it? Really chucking it about. This battle's still going on, actually. You know, Sam Puttervilles and Stefan Kalbrecht, these two right together on track, side by side. Oh, give each other some room, boys. Come on. And now they sort of close together a little bit into the middle of the circuit. Puttervilles on the left, Kalbrecht on the right, and through the middle he goes. That was a breathing moment, wasn't it? Because either one of them could have moved over then. That was very, very close. That was, of course, the Optimal Sim Racing red Porsche of Gillen Pipers. And, oh, Chadwick has had an issue. Whoa! That's more than an issue. He's surely you've got to get a flight plan in place for that. That's... I mean, apologies for the volume, everybody, but... My lord. That's race-ending stuff. So he's... Oh, no. Oh, and it just won't turn. What has happened here? Oh, it's the 999 car. It'd have to be, wouldn't it? So, where's the original issue here for William Chadwick? So, he's already gone into the wall. So I might have to rewind this a bit further, everybody. Sorry. Quinn van Hooydonk has taken over the car. So Puttervilles is off. It wasn't Quinn van Hooydonk that obviously did this, but he's got in the car now, so it's showing his name. But that was monstrous, wasn't it, Hasse?
That was huge indeed. I think I was just having a bit of a snack there and was muted for a second, so I'm not even sure you heard me screaming on about it as well. But you said apologies for the volume. I was getting very loud indeed as well for that. So,
he's been hit.
Collected. Yeah, gets collected from the rear. Big damage already there.
It was a radical.
As you can see, and you mentioned that, Chaz, the car just will not turn as he comes around. He tries to turn it on the throttle. It doesn't happen, and it's the biggest moon launch we've ever had, I think. Might even be the biggest we've seen on the channel so far, at least on the races that I've broadcast. That was a flyer, if ever I've seen one. And you spoke about that being race ending. I think I'm afraid I can only agree. And the 999 as well, Chaz, engine damage. And just how has that happened?
That's why they've hit him. Smacked into him, and that's all.
No, Damien, hello. Because nobody... But how did it pick up rear-ended damage from going frontally into the other car as well? It's what I want to know.
Yeah, that's a good point. Let's have a quick... Well, but I think it might have just been the impact of the incident. Damien Allo had a problem as well. I think he went around the car. They get there. Oh, he's just reversed into the road. Yeah, it's blown the engine. It goes on the spot.
Yeah,
oh,
it has.
For all the fantastic racing that we've seen from William Chadwick there, that was a real poor way for it to end for them. Oh, and there's the JJ car with Mike having a quick goosens at the car there. He comes back on. Oh, that's not a behaving RS3. Wow, it's all kicked off here. Now Marnix de Wit has gone off as well. Oh no, the Traxxas JWS car down the inside. Oh, wow.
Greenleaf as well. And Chaz, we spoke about the half hour that came into this being, eventless, if you will, and then all of a sudden we're met with this.
What an... Looks like Marnix... Something...
Yeah, I think he tried to do what he could, but it just wasn't really gonna react after being hit.
It's this. Just watch the steering wheel here. Like, it's just going one way then the other. I'm thinking potentially, is he on a direct drive wheel and that first hit was one of them sort of like moments, and he's let go of the wheel, and that's why the car's just gone straight and the wheel's been wobbling around, because he's showing us out of the race, and he's still showing us out of the race. And if that is the case, then obviously I hope that he's all right. Ruben van Buel's gone off as well. I know, I'm sorry, Stephen. Not much happened in the last 30 minutes. Flipping heck, 30 seconds. That was a real shame for the 22 there, and honestly, like, I don't want to speculate on it too much. You know, it's not a nice thing to talk about, but I do sincerely hope he's all right if I was correct on that, because we've seen it before, haven't we? You know, direct drive wheels, while they are phenomenal bits of kit and they really do give unbelievable force feedback, you know, not everybody uses them, but they do have their dangers, don't they? And I mean, I know a number of friends that have had injuries from them, but luckily things you can recover from, obviously. But yeah, really do hope that I hope obviously that wasn't the case there, but obviously we have to try and give an insight as to what it could have been. So we've got Robbie De Bie in the pits, Kevin Tavares, Hans Polmans and Jürgen Gulischer in the JJ Motorsport BMW, as you can see further back there. Antoine Boss not too far behind Mike Goosens now. So there's battles sort of just starting to materialise once again here, Hasse, but with pit stops and things involved now, it's getting more and more overlapped, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It very much is, and just having a look down through it, some of the TCRs actually, it's like the cars we're watching at the moment, the closest two cars on track. Oh, and the number 4 cars picked up a 30-second stop and go penalty for a avoidable contact, which might cost them a position against VR Racing.
You're not going to believe this as well. 41 minutes of required repairs for the 999.
That is huge. 41 minutes.
Massive stuff, isn't it?
Massive. That is race ending, to say the very least.
And Quinn van Hooydonk, obviously, they hadn't used their fast repair, so as another sort of salt in the wound moment there, with them hoping for some sort of justice at the Flemish team. You know, the BMS guys didn't get away with it. Obviously, they've lost
Chaz,
a lot of time, but
I'm sorry to... No, go ahead, but I was just going to say, how is GTE Racing now leading the 911 cars?
oh yeah, George Karakoulas has lost out here. That's very interesting. So, Van den Hove has managed to get this done somewhere. Let's have a look. I'm trying to just run back through it and see. But I think, here we go. Oh, it's just during the pit stops. Just during the stops, he's still there. It's been a much longer stop for them by the look of it. If we look at the pit stop times, there's only 2 seconds difference.
Oh, it might have been a bit of damage, maybe some repairs.
Although to be fair, it didn't look fixed. As oh no, Steve Kleiss is off, Steph Del News is off as well.
Oh.
Issue for both of them. What's on it? Who's been feeding these lot?
Well, none of them has had an easy race so far, and it's still News who catches the rear end of the number 13 car, and lucky as ever, and it's a really poor place to be as well. A dangerous place to have your car. I think the only thing that Steve Kleiss can take from this is the fact that his car doesn't seem, at least, to have picked up any damage from it.
Yeah, he seemed to have just lost time more than anything else there, doesn't he, really? It's such a shame, though. It's just, I mean, I'm one of these guys where I often get involved with the series that I commentate on, and I love it. You meet the people behind it, you get to know some of the personalities in the championship as well. I just wish there was something you could do for them. You know, it's such a fantastic community in this championship. It's so competitive at the same time, and I just really wish there was something that you could do to help them. As now Karakoulas goes back into the lead, Eulenbroek back in the car, but he's only just in the pit lane, and the number 66 has a stop and go. That's more salt in the wound as well for them. They've had a real torrid race so far. Number 66 GHK E-Racing by T2 car.
They're coming in. They're coming out of the pits now as they receive their penalty. Which means they'll.
I think there was a bit of a delay in us getting the message. I think they may have just served it straight away, really, as soon as they heard it.
That could be indeed. Okay, so standings are being leveled out, it seems, for the 911 Cup cars, with Tim Greven retaking second place, though 35 seconds off the lead car at the moment, but the 111 car has been up there. We shouldn't write him off. at all. Remember, only just over halfway through this race, still just over an hour and 40 minutes remaining. So plenty could still happen. And as we're back with Antoine Bus, who's catching up to Mike Hoosens in the 35, or the 33 car. Oh, onto the grass, trying to get up, and is actually alongside. Hoosens has to leave the space now. So you just have to wonder if Antoine Bus took too much grass there in order to really keep the run going, and I think that might be the case for him, but still trying to use the side draft to pull alongside. He's going to be on the outside. It's going to be a very difficult move to pull on. He's going to go for it anyways, though. But I don't think it's going to work out here. Let's see. Certainly not.
Nah, it was a good effort, but at the same time, especially in these cars, they're not the sort of cars where you can hang the back end out and use that traction. They've got the front wheels doing all of the work. It's only going to understeer. When you try and carry that extra bit of speed, you can't sort of dance it on the rear and pitch it around as, he runs wide now. You can tell he's trying to push, really trying to push Katsusens. It's not working for him. Further up, it's close as well. Actually, I say further up, they're pretty much right behind them on track. Calbrecht and Putterville's still together, so this battle goes on and on and on. But this is for third and fourth, so this is for podium position in the class. Still great racing from all these TCR cars. They really do love them. Commentate on the Simracersworld TCR series as well. It's some fantastic racing. Really is. Bit of argy-bargy stuff as well, but you've got to love that. But still, I mean, while all this goes on, Hasse, you have to remain consistent with the fact that Urano Esports have just... I mean, how? I've seen people be quick in these radicals, and I've seen people be quick in lots of different cars and iRacing. But these guys just seem so untouchable in this car. I don't get it. I really don't. But it's amazing.
It's indeed rare that we see someone so consistently being so much faster than everyone else in class, and especially with the level of competition in this field, with the general level of the drivers, everything taken into consideration, they have been the class of the field, the class of the class, if you will, the cream of the crop, and they've just been the team to beat. No one's really been able to take the fight to him this entire season. Momentarily, we've seen Colin Sport the talent to be up there, but these drivers are, Koen Klubman, Fabrice Cornelis. They've taken that same kind of talent mixed with a lot of experience as well, and I think that shows as well. Because not only are they fast, but they're also hugely consistent, and I think one of the safest cars over the course of the season as well.
Yeah, very true. They've had a few incidents here and there, but at the same time, everybody in the field has, I think. It's a big field. We've been on a number of short circuits and long circuits, and there's never really been anywhere for them to hide. Interesting, you mentioned Colin Sport there, actually. Within Discord, it just came up to me that he's now playing R Factor 2, so he's clearly gone off to go and drive something else and just potentially get over what was a really tough race early on. He did actually message me before, bless him, such a top bloke. He put, "Hi Chaz, unfortunately not our day today. First, a stupid small mistake by me, even though when I catched the car twice it wasn't enough. And he said iRacing slapped me in the face. And then I had a strong recovery and the podium was very, very possible. But then when the Porsche reversed back on track with 8.5 minutes of repairs, so that was race over, unfortunately. So I want to thank you guys for the enjoyable season. It's been a lot of fun watching the broadcast after the race. I'm looking forward to seeing you guys in the future. Very kind regards and big thanks, Colin Sport." What a top guy Colin is, but like I said, today was just, like he said as well, today's just not been their day, has it, mate?
No, not at all. And I think everyone runs into these races once in a while. Just look at the 11 car as well. It's been very comparable.
Yeah.
Kind of like they've faced as well, and I think it just, I think to everyone, especially in sim racing, because just be honest about it. It's there isn't the sense of danger involved in that you have in real motor racing. So obviously you're gonna have a lot more incidents because people are instinctively, I think, gonna be even more competitive maybe than in real life, and much less aware of any actual dangers that are actually dangerous, and not just some thing that you don't want to do because you don't want to crash the virtual car. It's what it is, and they need to go, and that goes for both teams as well. Solid quality within both of those teams, and they've got the quality, they've got the manpower, if you will, the strength to collect themselves from such a race, and it's just onwards and up and onwards to the next one.
Yeah, definitely, and I agree that in the sim you don't have to worry about sponsorships not paying you anymore, or paying for the damage to the car, or I mean, yeah, fair enough. Actually, I retract that first one about sponsors. I've seen sponsors pull out of covering teams because of performance issues, things like that. But even if it's sim racing or real racing, sponsorship still works the same way. The fundamentals of that idea of a contract like that still work. Still, though, it takes away the fear factor of the sim. You don't have any real risk to injury other than maybe direct drive wheels, as we touched upon before. But things like overtaking people and other manoeuvres that you'll do during a race, people will go for it more than they would in the real world. And I've seen real world drivers get just as nervous for sim racing as they do for real racing, if not sometimes more. There's
Roaring chicken nuggets has gone around, I'm afraid.
That was well spotted. Oh, he's actually had a few moments. Let's have a look here. That one. That's a long drift, especially with a bit of the concrete on it as well. And there goes your race leader. Wow.
Yeah, and I've mentioned this time and time again, but yet again, with so many incidents over a 4-hour race, you're bound to be in the vicinity of some of those incidents once in a while. Just how the Urano esports car never seems to get, and I'm not going to say this, cross my fingers, knock my wood, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Knocked some wood.
Adult hat on.
That
adult
would
hat
be
on.
my table. A bit of a Freudian slip there, that does happen from time to time. But that was besides the point. How do they not get collected? That was what I wanted to say. And it's been boggling my mind more and more so, as we've been watching this team race more and more races. They seem to be so good at just almost always being a step or two ahead in a sort of Jedi-esque way, where because there's something supernatural going on here. It's very impressive indeed, because it's by no means an easy feat, and I think anyone who's ever tried multi-class racing like this in a sim will nod acknowledgedly to that statement that it's very difficult indeed, and especially when people start going off ahead of you, rejoins and these sort of things that you aren't necessarily in any sort of control over. It's very hard, and hats off, man.
Yeah, that's the thing, you can be as in control of the car as you like, but you can never control what the other drivers on track are going to be doing, and they're not always predictable. You can't always know exactly how someone's going to behave or whether someone's going to make a mistake. There are so many variables in motorsport, and I think that's what keeps people in love with it. There's always, this person's got the best car, or this person's got the best car, they've got the best setup. One thing that really bothers me is that, yes, you can argue that, I'm going to touch up on Formula One here, so strap yourselves in. You can touch on the fact that, yes, it's Mercedes winning most of the races. Yes, it's Lewis Hamilton winning most of the races. But it's the people that complain saying he's only winning because he's got the best car that really do my nut in. Because did Michael Schumacher win his titles when he had the worst car on the grid? Did Senna win in the worst car on the grid? having a good car is all part of it, and that's the thing with motorsport in a lot of different areas as well, different series, different categories. And the fact that a team dominates or a team wins more than others shouldn't be a reason to complain. It should be a reason to congratulate them, in my opinion. Anyway, you know, they've put a lot of work into this, and you get it here as well in sim racing, don't you? The cars may be very similar, but working on a setup that's that quick and being as quick like that as a driver, it's worth congratulating, in my opinion.
It is. It very much is, and you just gotta, you know, take a bow and take your hats off and respect and in awe of these performances being put in. In terms of Formula One and such, like it's a bit of a question of what came first, you know, the hen or the egg, as we say in Danish, because of course the best teams with the best cars are gonna want to sign the best drivers to drive them. You know, so obviously the best drivers, you know, are always going to be in the best cars as well. It's been like that since the birth of motorsports, so it would be very strange if that were to all of a sudden, you know, change. It's very much the same dynamics in basically any other sport, and even more so any other sport that has big money involved in it, say football, for instance. It's very much the same, you know, the biggest clubs with the most money are able to attract the best players, and they don't even have a car they have to drive, so there's even more of an advantage, say in that way, in the world of motorsports. And you're very much true. It's true, and I just want to extend upon it, Chaz, because sometimes, and that seems to be, as well as with many fans around the world, this seems to be one of the, you know, like a checklist thing of the truly great drivers, which seem to be, were they able to win in a car that wasn't the outright best car? You know, not the, you know, you're obviously never gonna have a I don't follow Formula One that much these days, so my references to the very slow cars are gonna be something like a Pacific or a Simtag or something like that.
Oh, wow.
Obviously, something like you would never have like a car like that winning championships, no matter who drives it, of course. But yeah, it's it does also it's another thing where some people at least get a little too black and white, at least in my opinion, and it's either or, you know, and people aren't really able to grasp the fact that it's, you know, the one thing comes with the other. If you are one of the very, very best drivers in the world, you're going to be presented with the opportunity to drive a very good car as well.
Yeah, that's it. It comes with it, as you say, oh no, Steph Del News and the GHK E-Racing by T2 Racing team have had a nightmare here today. They had a very tough season in the Radicals last time as well, in the Virtual Belcar Series, the E-Series from 2020. And this time, well, it's been just as difficult. Unfortunately, not much left of the front of that Porsche. We'll have a look at what happened. Oh, it's just going to touch the grass, maybe? Yeah. Oh,
yeah. Oh, huge contact again.
No fast repairs left, I don't think, for them. Your second place runner, Matthias Mass, is just in the pits. Sorry. Might need a wee, you never know. But there isn't much mass with the little Radical. Well, Matthias has got plenty of time to go for a wee now. Cedric Wouters getting in the car. Oh, Antoine Boss has gone off again for just a second or so. I think it might have just been a little run wide, but Goosen's going past. Wow, get the music out. Big slide from Antoine Boss. And again, great control and the perks of front-wheel drive, Hasse.
Yeah, indeed. Indeed. Oh, look at that. Impressive. It's the, you know, looks more like, no, it is indeed the co-driver's view, and you'd expect someone to be calling out pace notes for that. Oh, Robbie B has gone around as well. Oh, and that's a dangerous place, Robbie. That's a swift three-point turn if ever I've seen one, knowing the importance of getting around with impetus. Does so indeed here as the number 6 car is coming in as well from 3rd place. And, well, it's really being a war of attrition yet again for the Radicals here, Chaz.
Yeah, we've had a few attritional races this season, but as things stand now, we've got 8 cars out of the race. We've got the Flemish Simsports yellow machine, Now, we might actually have more than that. Bear with me. No, it is just them. Although Christoph Rass has just got in the Flemish SimSports yellow machine there at the top of his shot. Then it's Jürgen Gulischer, JJ Motorsport, Bingo by Simtag EMG, seemingly out of the race. Pim Bao. So, you know, a champion there and a championship hopeful. Edge Esports, BMS Esport TCR, BMS Esport GT3 Cup, and VR Racing Quick Motors. Yeah, we've got a big spread of cars. They're all out of this race in the different classes. Here is Robbie DeBee back on it now. He's hoping to get into third place, but Dieter Arts is just coming out of the pits. As soon as we looked away there, he got moving and got underway. So quite the gap between these guys. But in the Porsche Cup class, George Karakoulas is doing a fantastic job with his teammate Josh Malin. They have been really, really strong, haven't they? And like I said before, their teammates were very, very strong as well until that unfortunate incident.
Yeah, indeed, but that's also very much a part of a series like this, the team aspect. It's that it's not only one driver having to put in the work. That is certainly one of the big, at least for me, one of the big draw points in endurance racing is the whole team aspect. Just part of setting up the car, and especially now these races, 4 hours. You can see how much can happen in 4 hours. And when tackling a 24-hour race, at a track like the Nürburgring, it's not uncommon to see drivers of at least 4, if not 5 drivers. And then having to decide on every single setup change and every little small tweak here and there, and having to agree upon them as well in order to set up the car for everyone's taste. Of course, some drivers are more open, and some drivers seem to be a little more set in their ways, you could say, in terms of how they want their cars to behave. But it's a lot of stuff to really make happen, and one of the best parts of iRacing as well, the ability to have these races, and especially multi-class, because as far as I'm aware as well, you'll be hard pressed to find another sim that would be able to do, well, just this exact thing. 4 classes of cars, 40 plus machines on track in 4 hours of racing.
And to have it look as natural as this as well, and for all the cars to behave as naturally as they do towards one another, you know, even just from when you're on board with one car, seeing how the others bobble around and react to curbs, grass, and different movement. You know, the cars do just move so realistically in iRacing, and the fact they have servers good enough to make them move like that is just great. You know, whether that is down to the server or just the information through the sim itself, I'm not sure, but yeah, I'm forever grateful with the way iRacing looks, the way the cameras work as well. What they call the dampening, how the car is not fixed perfectly in the middle of the shot. You know, it looks like the camera is operated by a person. The car doesn't just sit brilliantly and perfectly in the middle of the frame. It really is good. And yeah, Hans has just said there, I was just going to get to the point that the only thing with iRacing is just the diversity in the cars. You know, we do have a diverse thing, but just how it's kept up to date. You know, we sometimes get stuff that's a few years old, we sometimes get stuff that's brand new. It's just part of what it is, isn't it, really? You know, the good side of that is if it takes iRacing that long to do a car, you know they've done it right. I mean, this Porsche Cup car is just phenomenal, isn't it?
Yeah, it very much is. And there are indeed some cars that we would love to see that might or might not be coming in any near futures, you know, but certainly an increase to the tally of TCR machines would be welcome. A Porsche GT3 core would be sweet to have in the sim as well. I would love to see the, like, no, they're not even really come into existence yet, but I'm hoping that we're gonna see some hypercars to kind of carry iRacing into the next era of prototype racing.
Yeah, that's not a bad shout at all, to be fair, in terms of the hypercars. It's been a very interesting development with them being released and announced and so on. I still think the front of that Glickenhaus looks absolutely ridiculous, but either way, they're made to be fast cars indeed, and they certainly will be. But yeah, Hans has also said about extra TCR cars. You know, even if I know iRacing always want the realistic cars, and they want the most realism they can have. I imagine you could probably scan either the Volkswagen Golf or the Seat Leon, and you'd have the same information underneath from both cars. They're pretty much identical underneath from what I know. You just scan the different bodies to save a bit of work and just reshell one car, so you could have 3, you know what I mean? But at the end of the day, it's up to iRacing what they do, not me. That's why I don't choose all the cars. But yeah, it's part of what it is. Anyway, this is a hell of a battle we've got going on here. Renzo Uhlenbroek on the back of Kevin Tavares, and he's been chasing him consistently lap after lap now, but just unfortunately nothing he can do at the minute.
No, indeed, and it's actually just snuck in under our noses, Chaz, that there was a battle for podium places at this stage of the race actually taking place, and that we will indeed be keeping our eyes on here as we're on board with the 99 machine of Renzo Uhlenbroek. He's trying to get close enough. He might just be having to bide his time for now. Indeed, Kevin Tavares, a capable chauffeur of the Porsche 911 Cup car, and Belcar 2 certainly providing us with plenty of action indeed.
Up into the double right-hander they go. 2 hours and 39 minutes of the way through this race. Now, we got to the 2-hour mark and we said that bit went slowly. The last 40 minutes really has flown by. That's gone very quickly. We're nearly 3/4 of the way through this race now. We're nearly within an hour of the finish of the entire championship as well. Not just the last race, but the whole season. Still champions to be crowned in GT4 and TCR. Porsche Cup champions have been crowned. They're unbelievably having very stark contrast races with the other champions that have been crowned in the Radicals. The Radical champions are leading the race overall at the minute by 1 minute and 23 seconds, whereas your Porsche Cup champions are out of the race completely. So it just shows you the fortunes, doesn't it? And I mean, even in GT4 Hasse as well, championship hopefuls, current championship leaders before the results of this race are counted, they're out of the race as well.
Yeah, indeed. And it just goes to show how much of a challenge Mosport is, combined with the factor that I think, as we mentioned earlier, I think a lot of the drivers are that familiar with the track here. So it makes sense that we're seeing what you could call teething issues, maybe, for a lot of the drivers around here, having to tackle a track that they're not really used to driving at. And also something that's with iRacing, that you sometimes feel that it's an American-made sim, because they have a lot of American tracks and a little behind on at least some of the European tracks that you would find in many other sims. And so you find yourself racing tracks that you, as a European racing fan, might not know that well, and that's an interesting part as well, and it broadens your horizon to say the least.
Yeah, and there's a lot of interesting factors that go into sort of being competitive in a series like this, isn't there? I mean, you're not just talking about one driver being quick and doing a few sprint races. These are long events that take a lot of coordination between drivers, a lot of strategy, and to be on the pace and have the organisation that all of the teams do in this is so much hard work. Figuring out your stints, figuring out your strategies. You've got to be able to adapt said strategy as well, depending on who you're going to come up against, what sort of traffic you get early on. I adore the fact that these teams can be so competitive every single time we just turn up and watch them just go to war, pretty much. They do such a great job, all these lot. It really does become a battlefield, the racetrack, and I am all for it. And I really do hope we get another series of this, because it's been so enjoyable. And we've still got an hour and 15 minutes to enjoy, at least, at Mosport.
Yeah, indeed. Hans mentions in chat that Road America, Road Atlanta gets love as being some of the good American tracks that are out there. I very much agree. I really enjoy those tracks as well. Sebring, of course, a well-known track even for most Europeans, but it's a very, very nice track to drive at. I wouldn't say Laguna Seca is, you know, I think most sim racing fans have their knowledge of Laguna Seca. It's a track that divides the waters. I love it. A lot of people hate it, but it's ever since being in Gran Turismo, since what, Gran Turismo 2? I think a lot of people over here has been introduced to it that way around, and might make it a bit easier to tackle indeed. Kevin Tavares, lost the apex for a moment there, but seems to be all right. He sprung the gap down to Renzo Eulenbrook, and while it's by no means a decisive distance between the two. Oh, Nick Stoop doesn't have another problem here. Collects the wall on the inside. Oh, that's a dangerous place to be, I'm afraid.
He's not going to enjoy being sat there. And there's your view. Now, when do you go? No? Yes? Now? Go? Check your relative. Crack on.
Yeah.
Good stuff, that. Really good stuff from Nick Stoop. You know, you have to concede that in moments like that, you've made the mistake. You're not going to be able to just jump straight back on track. You know, you need to just be patient. Mike Goosens has had a moment. Oh, more rallying routes for Audi. That's going in. Oh. It's the angle, isn't it? It's a different angle to what we saw before, because if you go off really early in the corner, then you can sort of swing back round and get it, but he's gone off very late, and it sort of gives him this trajectory towards the wall. Big bounce off the tyre barrier, and he gets unlucky with the second hit as well, which points it the wrong way. And that's an unhappy-looking Audi RS3. He needs to take his time getting back on. Still enough to scare some of the other drivers.
That was the Urano car coming through, I think.
Still easy to do that. Martin Deccan's still in the pits, unfortunately. Steering wheel issue for Stephen DeWolf earlier on. That is such a shame.
Lost many laps on that as well, so that is heartbreak indeed. Oh, just gets thrown into the tire barrier. That's a huge bit of contact, and that's gonna cost them a lot of time. No doubt that's gonna hurt the engine.
I think that's after he came out as well, you know.
Yeah.
Because I'm pretty sure he was in a lot longer than that beforehand. And I think we might have missed it. Let's have a... Is it potentially here? Oh. Big save. Still, it's not the race they wanted it to be now. And it is such a shame. Because they've been so competitive. And this is the thing. It's just... These races are so savage, aren't they, Hasse?
They are. They are, and I think you compared them earlier to both formula cars and prototypes, and while they bear a resemblance to both kinds of, they are indeed, of course, prototypes in a way, but they have a special kind of feat that comes with the small size of the vehicle in general. And they're very short compared to how wide they are, and that, of course, gives amazing grip. It gives an amazing agility to the car, but it also makes them very twitchy as well, and very vulnerable, you could say, to being caught off balance. As you could see by the incident suffered by what's his name? The young man in the Radical earlier today. I have his name right on my lips, but I seem to have forgot. Colin Sport, there it is. I'm sorry. But anyway, just looking at how his car went, and then he caught it and it went, and he caught it and then it went again, and he was in the wall. You know, it's a testament to just how difficult the Radicals are to drive, and just how twitchy a machine it is.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's one of those circuits as well that doesn't really favour cars like this that can become unstuck over a crest or through slow corners. But someone that hasn't come unstuck so far is Robin DeVille, and of course his teammate Senna Hulsmans at Flemish Simsports Black. And they've done really well so far. Doing a wonderful job for Flemish. And I think they do have a new logo on the car. Is it JAC? I think it says at the side. I'm sure they'll confirm in chat, obviously. Either way, they're leading it by 25.7 seconds, 26.2 even now. Leslie Arts back on again. But that looked like a real moment there. Let's have a look, Hasse.
On board here with the 36 car, the VR Racing Quick Motors machine. Okay. Gets loose.
Doesn't hit anything.
No, but finding themselves in a strange position there to be in. Gets rolling those safely. And doesn't hit anything, and that's of course the number one thing. The Radical, it does not like to hit things. It's a fragile little machine, and it's easy to mess up.
Round 2 and 1 then, trying to figure out where to go around these Audis. It's very, very close indeed there. This is what they were saying before, though, about Koen Klopman and Fabrice Cornelis. You know, they can just find their way through the traffic in ways that they just don't understand. I mean, it's the same thing, really, for me. JAC is a Chinese brand where the electric car's now being brought to Europe. Ah, yes, I remember the mention of the whole sort of bionic, sort of motherboard-looking pattern, the circuit board pattern all over the Flemish cars. Love that. Looks really good. So the guys have got somebody on board with them. Now then, will Leslie Arts catch up with Damien Allo? Because the gap is 14 seconds. It was obviously a lot less than that before, wasn't it?
Yeah, very much so, and it's been closing in for some time now. From best of my memory, at least. So we need a consistent drive from Leslie Arts in order to close the final bits and bobs on the gap up to third place, but still very much a podium place up for grabs. So still very much a fight also for podium places in the TCR class. Chaz, we have Sam Puddles and Stefan Kalbrecht still very, very close to one another, actually. As you can see, that is actually what a problem for Sven Ballen.
Pop, and he's suddenly there. That shows you how badly I placed that camera, doesn't it? Just after my tirade on Twitter and Facebook about, don't put cameras in the middle of the track or floating in the air. There you go, Chaz. Brilliant way to undermine yourself. Now these two Audis are getting disturbed here by the Dynamics car, which is back out there. Bit of damage to the front left. But Stefan Kalbrecht, like you say, Hasse, on to the tail now as Karakulis does the fastest lap of the race in the Porsche Cup class. 1:19.9. Great stuff.
Great stuff indeed. And no mean feat it is, but they are leading. And that gap actually... I'm looking at the chest, by the way. It seems Tim Greven is 35 seconds ahead of Kevin Tavares, who's built up a gap of 5 seconds down to Erlenbrook, and a further half a minute down to Renzo, or to Joseph Kovacs, I'm sorry. So gaps are appearing in the Porsche Cup class, though it could be closing down between Erlenbrook and Tavares as the stint goes on. And we'll have to see how the final pit stop round goes. Oh my word, Yvonne Vandenberg puts herself in a spot of bother, to say the least. And that is well handled.
Run! That's the thing, it's like when you're a kid and it's like, car coming. You've got to get off the road. But yeah, Vandenberg not having an easy time of this at all there. Scary moment, we'll have a quick look. What happened? Turn 2. She's just going to touch the grass on the outside, and it's going to go all the way around to the left. As soon as it touches the tarmac, that was scary stuff. Wow.
Is that the car of Tim Greven?
It might have been, yeah.
Situation? I think it was. And that is the leading TCR. Maybe a bit of a mind punt.
Oh, scary moment there. Now, Lawrence Klutz has got Naz de Kuiper right behind as well. So this is another battle in the TCRs here that's going on. We call this camera the Chaz Raspy camera, or Rasp Cam, on Simracersworld TV, because I absolutely love the rasp of these TCR cars.
Comes the 32, looking to the outside. Nils de Kuiper a little bit twitchy on the braking there, maybe a little bit indecisive of whether or not to actually go for it. Oh. A bit of a pop there.
Yeah, I got that as well.
Sounded like fireworks going off somewhere, but it isn't. It's just the rasp indeed.
I had to check outside my window, check no one on my estate had been shot. Nice to go. Sorry, go on.
Tim, I'm just saying, Tim Grevin's in the pits right now, so is that going to be an early final stop for the Vapor Shop car? I think they're going to be able. I think they're going to be able to go the distance for the last hour and 6 minutes, and take it to the line. Otherwise, I'd be, surprised to find him in at a time where they'd had to stop again by now.
Yeah, it's interesting to see what people can do right at the end, isn't it? Because, as you said before, Hasse, we never know what it's going to be like or how it's going to overlap until they get to the last hour and a bit of the race, when the last pit stops come about. Because then you know who might have to do a quick splash and dash, who might have to, who could get away with just staying on it till the very end. They could push all the way through right to the flag. Maybe a bit of fuel saving as well. It makes all the difference, doesn't it, in these sorts of races? I mean, Ed May and I commentated on the Dynamics Endurance Series race at Suzuka the other day. 6 hours that was, with the P2 cars, GTE and GT3. And until, I think there were some cars that still had to pit with like 20 minutes of the race to go, just because their strategies hadn't quite worked out. And, we've seen similar in this championship before. There was issues with incident points as well. Drivers getting drive-through penalties for those that we thought were just people running out of fuel. It all kicks off in this last hour of the race. So honestly, everybody, please do stick with us. Make sure you stick around for the last hour. Hasse and I will just be having a quick break in a moment or so. But I think we've been really treated to a good final round here. It's been a bit more chaotic than previous ones, but I think that's just Mosport for you, isn't it?
It seems to be very much connected with the difficulties presented to the drivers. Oh, look at the traffic in behind here as well. 3-4 classes of cars in that gaggle. And Sam Putteville's still trying to get the better of Stefan Kalbrecht up ahead. Still the battle for third place in the TCRs. And just how that's gonna, come out over the final hour. That, alongside many other battles that are still alive, very much so. Tavares, Erlenbrook, still, as we see, they're both coming through here as well. Separated by, not much more than a second, I believe. Oh, actually, never mind that. It's up to 7 seconds behind the two. So our timing tower playing us a bit of a spoof there. And here is Kevin Tavares for Optimal Sim Racing Red. It's interesting to see, though, that Tim Grevin in the 111 car has taken that third pit stop much earlier. I don't know if it's much earlier. We'll see when the rest of the 911s come in. But he's taken that third pit stop now already, and might just be able to gain from it. And as I say that, Chaz, I'm afraid Steve Claes has just had a bit of an excursion off track.
Yeah, he has indeed. 6 seconds off the circuit, apparently. Oh, long spin. Big old drift. Doesn't manage to catch it. And unfortunately, he's lost even more time. Now, they have honestly been just struck by bad luck all season in that number 13 car, haven't they?
They haven't. It's the second season in a row, to be honest, where it's been going on, because long-time followers of the Virtual Belcar E-Series that came before this Winter Series as well, will know that that it's a theme that's been going on through that season as well. Look at the VR racing car in on the inside of the 999. Here comes the 20 to move through as well. Of course, the 999 by now a long way back. Remind you, that was the Flemish car involved in that huge incident with the BMS car, the number 9 machine, that got sent, but they still had the fast repair, and that came in very, very handy for them, didn't it?
Yeah, it's little moments like that, though, that you've got to be in the fight for, haven't you? You need to be there and thereabouts just to make sure that you can capitalise on things like that. It makes all the difference over these sorts of races. And I think it's what shows a good team is how they capitalise on it as well. You know, others just maybe a little bit passive about certain parts. Other teams will see a moment like that and they'll jump on it, and you'll see them physically go, right, this is ours now, you know, we're going to have this. There's been a moment for Antoine Boss and Stefan Kalbrecht.
Oh, let's see here. They were actually...
So Antoine's gone rallying again.
He's just about managed to keep it out the wall.
It was completely unrelated incidents, but it's a big old drift by Antoine, and then Stefan Kalbrecht was ahead, and then he's already off at this point. So apologies, another replay, everybody. Oh, he's done that on his own. I thought he might have been turned, but big drifteroo. And TCR cars dropping off in sync there. And look at that behind. Niles de Kuiper has got a really good view in his... Oh, no, never mind. Rear view mirror's got nothing in it. It's more TCR cars in front of him. Bit slidey through there. That's actually his teammate as well, one of the other Radeon cars. That's Sam Putterville's. Is it?
Yeah, it is Sam Putterville's, who's chasing Stefan Kalbrecht up ahead. And
between them, they've got Anton Dupin, the class leader.
Yeah, and then in behind is Lawrence Klutz and Nils de Kuiper, yeah? As I'm having some issues with my connectivity for a short second there, and just as I mentioned it, it seemed to pass again, which is nice. And as I said that, it came back.
Well, to be fair, guys, this is the moment where Hasse and I are going to take a quick 5-minute break. So we will ride on board with a driver that's been really putting in an amazing performance so far, Robin de Ville, in the Flemish Simsports Black Porsche GT4. Do hold on and stay with us. We have 1 hour left to go, not just in this race here, round 5 of the Virtual Belcar Winter Series, but the entire Virtual Belcar Winter Series season. Hasse and I will be back with you in a few minutes, and I'll try not to fall down the stairs this time. We'll see you soon. Hello again, everybody. Chaz Draycott here with Hasse Rømer on Simracersworld TV for the final hour of the 2020 and 2021 Virtual Belcar Winter Series. We're here at wonderful Canadian Tire Motorsports Park, lovingly known as Mosport. Hasse, we've had a fantastic 3 hours so far, mate, and to be fair, to round out the season with such a busy race like this, well, it was always going to be a belter, wasn't it?
Yeah, and it's also a perfect way to summarize how this season of racing has been, because it has been busy every time we've gone racing. Everywhere we've been, it's been a busy track indeed. Of course, when we go to Spa, it's a little more forgiving, say, than a track like this. But then again, we've been to Donington, we've been to Zolder, we've been to tracks that are certainly difficult to race multi-class on, and especially with such a differential in speed as we have, for instance, between the Radicals and the TCRs here. It does seem very extreme. We've mentioned it on several occasions, and it's quite impressive to see just how quick these Radicals are. That's the current 4th place cars here in TCR. That's the 25 machine of Jenshusen's in the tire barrier.
Not sure what's happened there. We'll have a quick look back. Before that, though, Nick Stoop went off before. The Roaring Chicken Nuggets car. They've had a lot of issues with this corner tonight. It's not the first and he's not the last. Oh, that was the Optimal Sim Racing purple car, I believe. It's just gone past. He's better off reversing onto the grass there, but finds space. Oh, kisses the wall. But I'm sure he'd rather that than get smacked into. Here's what happened to Jens Goossens. Oh, the car has just broken away. Massive hit on the front left and then again into the tyres as well. You'll see it here, look. It just starts to bounce off the curb there. The back end, once it goes around on these TCR cars, we see it a lot in the Simracersworld TCR series. They're just so hard to save. It's just such a horrible, slow, miserable spin. And unfortunately, Jens Goossens now having to come in the pits. But at the front of the class, though, Hasse, Anton Dupin, he's only got an 11.8 second lead over your champions-elect at the minute. So, you know, these Optimal Sim Racing Blue guys have done a sterling job, haven't they? Apologies, everyone. I think my colleague has.
Sorry.
Oh, there was a big blink there actually for Poulet as well. Apologies there, Hasse. I know I had myself on mute earlier, and I often do. We know what I'm like with my stream deck for doing that. I am honestly the worst person for it. Oh, Leslie Arts has had a spin.
From 3rd place.
Look at the bottom of the screen, quick. The winner of the Simtag dual pedal set and a tenner, if you're a commentator, or Thomas Schmetz, is... We're going to make this last like they do in the X Factor.
Drum roll.
Yeah, stay silent for about 15 minutes before the flipping results. Well, Leslie Arts had a long old spin there. We'll have a quick look at what happened. Oh, just caught the grass. Look how quickly that car rotates as well. Tiny wheelbase. Gets going again nice and quickly, though. Good recovery. But we're about to find out who wins the Simtag dual pedal set. And it's somebody in the Audis. Hasse thinks it's the boss man, Antoine Boss. Thomas Schmetz thinks it's this man, Jonathan Poulet. And I think, well, I did think before, where's he gone? Stefan Kalbrecht. There's my one.
The car now.
He is. And it's Stefan Kalbrecht! Oh, Chaz is getting a Mackies. But no, in seriousness, congratulations, Stefan Kalbrecht. You are the winner of a Simtag dual pedal set. Very well done, my friend. Well deserved, mate. So there you go. Competition over. And it makes me feel really bad now for writing that joke in the same text box about me potentially getting it right. Oh, Jens Goossens tries his hand at some drifting. Well, the Roaring Chicken Nuggets nearly became a chicken select there. Wow, that was a big, long slide, that was. Where's the Roaring Chicken Nuggets car? I want to try and go on board with it. There it is. Around she goes. Oh, look at the patience there from Nick Stoop. That was really good. Really good stuff. But a shame for the Radeon machine. Now down to 6th place. He's had a real nightmare here, hasn't he, Hasse? Because he obviously had that big off before. And now he's had another one to add to it.
Yeah, they've fallen down over the last 10 minutes or so from being in the podium places. Now resting in 6th place. And there might be a bit of damage to the car at this point. Oh, look at the car ahead. I think that is the 28 car of Vandenberg.
I was just talking to
Vandenberg that is crabbing big time, that car, and needs to come in for repairs.
I was just talking to somebody today about how NASCARs have their bodies slightly skewed to the left from the chassis, and I think Yvonne Vandenberg's gone the opposite way. Oh no. What has caused this then? Must have been a hit at the bottom of the hill. Oh, big slide, and oh no. Oh, that's a massive, massive hit, that. I think it was going on before that as well, so we'll go on board with Yvonne Vandenberg. Fabrice Cornelis says Stefan Calbrecht already has one. Well, I'll have it if he doesn't want it. Now, in all fairness, though, it's up to him what he does with that. This is the moment. Oh, the back end steps out. It's a great save at that point, but then the grass just finishes that car off, and oh, that's such a big hit for Yvonne. And the thing is, as well, with iRacing, it flings the car into a violent spin as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Parks it in the first box, which is where their pit stop is. I tell you what, they're quite lucky that that's where it is as well. Have they used a fast repair? She missed the box a little bit. There you go, fast repair. Boom. Sorted. They are very lucky in that regard, aren't they, you could say?
Indeed, that's going to be a big help for them. Oh, Didier Dexter's in the 69 GT4 machine manages to recover in that situation. Fabrice Cornelis manages to write in chat while driving. That should be...
Yeah, wait, what? Fabrice?
Probably texting right now.
What?
It's incredible.
Fabrice Cornelis. Oh my god. If you can hear me, Fabrice, type chicken select in the YouTube chat. I've got Mackie's on the mind now. Mackie's on the mind.
If you know what, if I had Mackie's close at hand, I'd be getting one, or not one. You don't go for one burger at Mackie's. You just don't.
No,
you go for a selection.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, what I tend to do recently is I'll have something like they've been doing the Big Tasty recently over here in the UK, but I'd usually go for maybe a bacon double cheeseburger, plain, obviously, no veg, none of that rubbish, and then I get a large chicken select meal as well. And then what you do is you put some of the selects on the burger, 2 of them, and then you eat the other 3 like as part of the normal meal, and you get an absolutely banging burger out of it.
I've heard people do that with the chili cheese tops. Since I had a cheeseburger, people say it's good. I have yet to try it myself. I think I haven't been, to be fair, I haven't visited the Mackey's for a fair number of years by now, but my old go-to menu used to be a Big Mac menu with 2 cheeseburgers on the side, no onions. But onions in the Big Mac, very important.
Yes.
For some reason. Onions in the Big Mac, but not in the cheeseburgers. Also because, ordering the cheeseburger without something, it's onions you don't really like, you prefer it without, take that. If it's the little pickle, whatever. I love the pickle, so people hate it.
Oh no.
Order it without the pickle, but just order it without something, because you always get a freshly made burger like that. Anyways, that's Hasse's McDonald's tips. Oh, and the number 20 car's been off in Royland Brooks. Royland Brooks passed them into 2nd place.
Wow.
I'm having to contain myself, considering the time of day that we're into here, and the fact that I have neighbors in my flat.
Fabrice has actually written chicken salad in the chat. Oh, no. The tiniest of taps, but you know what that can do damage-wise. And then look, he recovers, only to see his competitors going past. Well, hats off to Fabrice Cornelis. Like, he can do this. I mean, he's about to lap second place while typing in the... Oh, well, he's going to do it a lot easier now. Well, they'll need J&V services now. Cedric Wouters.
Oh, look at how that car is crabbing.
That's NASCAR.
But that's... Yeah, don't... Like, honestly, they have a gap of 4 laps down to the next car. Maybe they should just... So, I don't know. Okay, if Cedric can safely pilot that machine all the way around with traffic and everything, but it just...
I can't pilot it straight away around.
Oh no! He touches the wall again, and that is exactly why I don't want to do that.
It's still going.
Still?
It's like the Toyota Hilux on Top Gear. You can't kill it with a stick. To quote Charlie Cox from the British Touring Car Championship in the 90s, you couldn't kill that thing with a stick, could you? He's turned it into a paperweight. So, to be fair, though, a Radical couldn't weigh down a piece of paper, to be honest.
Hardly even, but that is... You have to ask yourself, did they get a fast repair early in the race? I think they did.
I think they might have done, yeah.
I think they did. And you have to wonder for just how long they're going to be in the pits then. That is going to be because 4 laps of a gap, that equates to what, 5 minutes on track or so. And 5 minutes, when talking repairs, 5 minutes is not all that long. Less than 3/4 remaining of the race, and this could be heartbreak for Traxxas by J&V Services. And I'm just going to cast a quick glance on the standings in Belcar 1. Because as we all know, Urano Esports crowned the championships. Yes, indeed. Traxxas by J&V Services, this very car, in second place in the standings as well. Only 2 points ahead. I'm sorry. Of this very car, indeed. However, they are 11 laps down and having trouble of their own staying on track at the moment here with Martin Deckens behind the wheel of this car. They are, however, tied on points with Johan van den Akker and the Traxxas by JWS Motorsports, the number 4 machine, and the Sim Stickers car, who I think, I'm afraid, isn't really on... Are they even racing tonight, Chaz?
No, they're not here this evening. So nothing to worry about. They've taken a fast repair. Traxxas by J&V Services have got away with that, you could say.
That must have saved them big time, yeah.
Can you imagine the relief when they realised they still had one?
It's gonna...
Yeah. Well...
That must also be why they were insisting on bringing the car around, because they knew that they could get away a lot quicker than by taking the tow, which costs a few minutes in itself. So it does make sense, although how dangerous it might have been. I'm afraid I'm suffering from a bit of connection issues myself, something that rarely befalls me. I'll see if there's anything I can do to alleviate them, but just to let you know that my experience of watching this race is very abrupt, to say the least, at the moment.
Yeah, it's part of sim racing, part of iRacing. You know, it happens, isn't it? Really happens, doesn't it? Get your words out, Chaz. Stephen Maris, second place in GT4 at the moment. Team MRS just on their way into the pits, and they were, 21.6 seconds behind Diego Hames for Flemish Sim Sports Black. And his teammates doing a wonderful job at the minute on their way to the GT4 crown. Just 40 minutes between them and the title. It's been an amazing season by Ecris Motorsport, number 15 in that BMW, but unfortunately this evening has definitely not been their race. Further up, it's close between Renzo Olenbroek and Kevin Tavares. Nope, that one. There he is. Kevin now in the Optimal Sim Racing red machine, within a second of Renzo in the beautiful GT racing machine. George Karakoulis is in the pits for BMS Esport by Vibe Esport. Your current race leaders started from pole position as well. Look at these Porsches around here. Josh Malin getting back in that class leading car as well, so he's going to be enjoying the last stint of this race. Oh, they're getting held up here by TCR leader Anton Dupin. Onto the brakes, into the double right. It's going to be down the back straight that they get away from him. And get the power down. Onto the right they go. Into the slipstream goes Kevin Tavares. Don't think it's going to be enough to make a move this time, but we'll have to see. Well, he does get a really good overspeed eventually. He's on the left-hand side now, but still nothing doing there. Keeps his nose in, just to put the pressure on Renzo Illenbroek. This is for second place in class as well, so it's pretty important. Strong stuff at the minute. Down into turn 1 once again. Lap 165 in this race. Plenty of laps done so far. Keanu Bourguignon is actually in that car. Sorry, not Anton Dupin. And he did their fastest lap of the race last time round. So he's really on a mission now, Hasse.
Yeah, he is. Very much so. Impressively so, the gap down to Matthew Detry is very much, seems pretty stable at around swings between 11 and 12 seconds, which could very much be why they're deciding to put the hammer down for the final just over half an hour of this race. Takes a good chunk of the inside curve. Very dialed. I was about to say Keanu Bourguignon pushing a little bit too hard, I want to say here maybe. And
I think that might have been out of sympathy. Sorry, mate. I think that might have been out of sympathy because Olivier Bulting did the same thing just before him once.
Oh, yeah.
And then he's just gone, oh, that looked good. Watch this. Anything you can do, I can do better. Sideways.
Synchronous action indeed.
Love that. I bet he didn't. It's a scary moment to have. Tavares, unfortunately, putting that battle to bed. He's into the pit lane in the Optimal Sim Racing red machine. But Optimal Sim Racing, you know, a new team to, well, at least to me. I don't know if they're a new team to you this season, but they've been very strong in all the categories they've been taking part in, haven't they?
They really have, and they've been leaving their mark on this series throughout this season, and they've really been adding to the entertainment value as well of watching along. And just looking at the pit stop count, Chaz. Josh Malin in the BMS Esports by Vibe, Esport 344 Porsche Cup car, has been in at least as far as I can see, for their final pit stop. However, Renzo Erlenberg and the GTE racing car have not been in for their third stop, and neither have the Simtag car of Joseph Kovacs. So I think it's Tim Greven who has been in for the third time, still in the car and looking to finish it. Who I think, actually, if we can have a look at Tim Greven, Chaz, I think, almost contact there between the championship leading Optimal Racing car. Now look at Tim Greven right there, and Tavares on his tail, and you can see, remember that Tim Greven took that very early third pit stop compared to the most of the other Porsche Cup cars. Now it's worked, at least in the battle here, with Kevin Tavares coming out just around 2 seconds ahead, which is fair to say that's pretty close. Kovacs looks close in these standings, but Kovacs is indeed having to pit, and the same for Renzo Erlenbroek. And just as I say that, the 19 car pits in, so for once, the prophecy turns out to be right.
Yeah, these things have got a strange way of figuring themselves out, haven't they, really, in motorsport? A lot of the time as well. One thing I do love about sim racing is the fact that we don't know. To be honest, there's a lot of series where you'll know what tyres somebody is on, what sort of strategy they're running, and then you can go from that to sim racing where, unless we're speaking to people in chat or some of the drivers in that team are in chat, you know, we won't know what they're doing at all. And in fairness, I think that makes it more interesting for us.
Yeah, indeed, it gives a lot more of think it's a lot more to the element of surprise indeed. Here Renzo Erlenbrook comes in, and it's going to be the interesting part to see just where he comes out again. The gap down to Tim Greven just over 30 seconds. And I don't think, even though they have only got 35 minutes of running left to do, they're not going to be able to take a pit stop that quickly. They have a driver change coming up as well with Maxime van den Hove coming in. There's Kevin Tavares still around 2 seconds off the back of Tim Greven. You have to wonder just how the tires on those Porsche Cup cars are by now as well. And did they take their tires on that last stop? Well, I actually have no idea. I'm looking at the pit stop times. They have all been pretty close to one another.
Although Kevin Tavares actually 18.9 seconds their last stop.
That's very, very close indeed here. Van den Hove 31 seconds, but that with the driver change. Tim Greven 1 minute and 2 seconds.
And Josh Malin 53 seconds. So there is a massive spread there, isn't there?
Yeah, but Alex Baines in the 912 car for B Sim Racing finds the tire barrier there between the double right-hander. What I make from those pit times is that due to having taken the stop so much earlier, the Tim Greven's 111 car did take tires. That 102 stop and a full tank as well, I think. While the optimal sim racing car, 19 seconds stationary, they probably only took their fuel here for the final 30 minutes of the race. And I think that means that we'll see the 111 car actually on relatively fresher rubber than the number 20 machine here. Let's see if it also pans out that way in terms of what pace is going to be put down right now here over the final 30 minutes. The deciding 30 minutes, not only of this race, but of this series indeed. And it's been great to follow. It's been a privilege to be on the sidelines. And, Steph Del News and the 13.
Not again.
And it's even all by themselves, I think. Oh, no!
Oh, now I don't know whether there was a touch there, but there wasn't much Steve Kleiss could do. He's lost it. It's going to hit the wall, and then that bounce on there just chucks it the other way. I think there was a touch. I think so, especially on the part of the 66, but I don't know. We'll have to go to good old Chopper Boy and figure this out. So, you ready? Here comes the 66. Let me know what you reckon of this. Yeah. Oh, definite touch. Wow. Oh, yeah. Big hit there from one to the other, and they are not going to be too pleased with that in the 66 camp. But like I say, not much Steve Kleiss could do there, unfortunately. He was just trying to save the car, and that bump in the grass just chucked it one way then the other. Oh, Thomas Hellemans has had an issue as well. Oh, my life. Oh, he's going to lose it. Oh, the 999. Hold the brake, mate.
Just that gets out of the way of the roaring chicken nuggets. William Chadwick has had a...
Oh, no.
As well, that is not a swift excursion. That is not major contact, but could easily be enough contact to cause considerable damage to the number 9 car, ending any hope of catching it to the C-post up ahead.
Can I just ask the question? How on earth did he still make the corner? Watch this.
Let's see here.
I mean, that's a far from desirable rejoin, but he still made the corner.
Oh, and just about missing every permittable inch of tarmac available to him, and he just about kept it in there. William Chadwick, and the fortunes of the number 9 machine hasn't been perfect throughout this race, but they have put in a fine display nonetheless. And Chaz, I think that car has had its geometry skewered ever so slightly, it seems to be. It's not crapping like some of the cars we've seen early in this race, but it does seem that it's not well anymore, I'm afraid.
No, that knock to the front left, William Chadwick is wringing the neck of it either way. That knock to the front left really has hurt it, unfortunately. Same with the 999 as well. They've had to come in for more repairs now after that double hit there. It's such a shame. They really have had the race from hell here. These guys haven't, though. There may be a few dings and knocks all over this car, but it's just been hard charging from the very get-go for Urano Esports. Once again, your recently crowned champions. They just don't let up at all, do they? And that, you say that, fastest lap of the race by Fabrice Cornelis, a 1:10.962. Just, that's qualifying pace if anybody's wondering. Hans has got another 20 minutes of repairs with half an hour of the race to go. It's just painful, isn't it?
There's been a small incident for William Chadwick as well.
Yeah, I think maybe just nipped off the circuit for a second.
Oh, it's a dangerous place to do it!
Oh, no, that's not just nipping off.
Oh.
I said he was wringing the neck of it. Maybe pushing too hard on a damaged car.
I might have to come in now for further repairs. It's a very bad time to have to do so. Keanu Borgagnon, by the way, has extended, and only ever so slightly, down to Matthew Detry, and I think we can safely say that battle has been standing on status quo for quite some time. But then again, Chaz, the Flemish car, the Flemish TCR team, they could be the sort of drivers and the sort of team to look at a 12-second gap and say, okay, we're just gonna keep that gap and keep the pace of the car behind to make sure that we see the checkered flag in one piece.
Yeah, for sure. That's it. You do want to still give it everything and try and push away, because you never know what can affect you in these races. But at the same time, as things stand, that second place car, Matthew Detry in the Optimal Sim Racing Blue team, they are champions as it stands. And, you know, deserving champions as well. They won the last 3 races after finishing second, I believe, at Donington. Is that right? Yeah, second at Donington. They won at Spa, won at Road America, and won at Zolder. And what's more interesting to add to that is that they have not once scored the fastest lap of the race, or even got it on pole. They've just cracked on and just dealt with it all the way through, as Josh Malin does now the fastest lap of the race in the Porsche Cup class. There he is, just in the foreground. But yeah, these guys, you know, they've won 3 races this season in this class and not once been fastest car on track. The fastest car on track 3 races out of 4 so far has actually been the Flemish SimSports white car. The fastest at Donington, fastest at Spa, and fastest at Zolder, but just had a bit of a poor result at Road America that didn't quite go their way when the Optimal Sim Racing Blue machine won it. So there you go. And it was Ferry Monster Esports as well that were the fastest at Road America, and they have not been racing since then. They got 1 point at Zolder, but they didn't race after that. So it's just these guys that have been doing a wonderful job at the top, as the number 69 car, which is Thomas Hellermann's Sky Limit Racing for Zolder, have unfortunately got themselves a 30-second stop-and-go penalty for that rejoin, as we're going to call it. And that's going to drop them down a little bit further than 6th place.
Yeah, so I believe they are on the same lap as the car in 7th. And that's Alex Baines in the Sim Racing car. And the picture here is Josh Malin yet again, having driven a near perfect race so far, and to be 50 seconds in the lead ahead of Tim Greven. Kevin Tavares still separated by less than 10 seconds in that battle for 2nd place. But looking at the last lap times there, Chaz, it's been swinging very much in the direction of Tim Greven Also worth noting that they've done identical fastest laps so far, the 111 and the number 20 car, both of them having done a 119.97. But the last lap swung in the favor of Tim Greben by 0.7 of a second. And that could really be explained by having fresher tires, having had a pit stop on lap 126 and then changing tires, while Tavares did that pit stop on lap 148, but seemingly without doing the tire swap, which means that he's done an entire stint on those tires ahead of coming in for the final fueling. So keeping an eye on it, but so far it looks to be advantage the Vapor Shop RDR Motorsports Park.
Yeah, indeed. They've been doing a really, really good job at the moment. And we know how quick these guys are from consistently being up there in the fight in this championship. They too have had their share of bad luck as well. I mean, when you look at the championship, they're third at the moment. 15 points off Optimal Sim Racing Red, who they are only one position ahead of at the moment, so they definitely will not be beating them to the second spot. Looks like Optimal will hold on to that. Flemish Sim Sports Yellow, we're hoping for a podium in the championship. Same with GTE Racing, BMS Esport, GT3 Cup Belcar. They're on 40 points each, the last two teams. Flemish Sim Sports Yellow are on 42, and this car we're looking at now on 43, so they're all for that sort of championship podium. But unfortunately, it's not going to go the way of some of those guys now. Vapor Shop RDR certainly looking good for it. But as we've been saying, Hasse, we've still got 20 minutes left to go. That's the length of a sprint race in some series, so it's not over till it's over yet, mate. We've got an entire race to go yet.
Yeah, very much so, and it's interesting to see the performance level that many of these 911 Cup cars have been putting in, and that also just goes to show how good the number 11 car has been throughout this season. Remind you, they've qualified near the back of the Porsche Cup field on several occasions, only to run away with victory anyways. And that's well, that's quite impressive given the level of competition they're up against here with some very strong teams indeed. The Vapor Shop RDR Motorsports team has certainly had the potential, as they're also showing here tonight, but they've also just had the races where they were quite able to make it work, and they've been caught out in incidents here and there, and it's always so difficult not to have that kind of luck, at least at some point of a season like this. But at least they're so far at least getting it together for tonight.
Yeah, definitely, and luck is definitely part of the game here in championships like this. You know, with the length of the races we've got, there's more likelihood that something can go wrong in that time. You know, there's always a set sort of risk level with what can go on in a race, and when you make the race longer, the likelihood of it is higher. As slide there from Tim Griffin, lovely stuff. Now here's that battle that always plagues me in my way of pronouncing Flemish names. You've got Steve Kleiss and Kobe Klaas. The difference only being one Y in the name, but we've got some very severe competition going on here between the Porsche Cup cars lapping TCR cars, and that is the class leader, Josh Malin, in there in the 344 machine. Just behind Kobe Klaas, they're in the same class, chasing Kleiss. But Kleiss has got some class over class at the moment in the same class.
Yeah, and Klaas is going to let through the class of the field with Josh Malin having put in such a good performance, indeed oozing of class, as he's coming up to pass Klaas on the... Which side is he going to go for? I'm just trying to keep going.
Would you class that as him going past on the right?
First class indeed, as he goes past Klaas on the right-hand side.
Oh, brilliant stuff. Well, there's another lap on Kobe Klaas in the Porsche Cup class. Oh, right, we've done that joke to death already, but still, fantastic stuff, love that. Thomas Hellemans has had a hell of a time and gone off the circuit again. Oh, he's on the grass. Half of the car is, half of it isn't. Long slide. Don't forget, this is to add to their stop-go penalty from earlier. It's just coming up as New England at the moment, is Thomas Hellemans, but Sky Limit Racing for Zolder, that's what it should say. Either way, Nelson Costa de Sousa, he's going to be wishing he was on the Costa del Sol at the moment, but he's gone off the circuit. It's not quite the same thing. He's in Canada, doing a bit of rallying. Oh. Well, that looked like it was going to wobble out of control there, but manages to keep it all together. So Hans is asking me a question in the chat, and I'm going to go off topic with this, just while we watch Fabrice Cornelis carve through some traffic. It's what, hey Chaz, can you can a can as a canner can a can? What?
And then you say, yes, I can.
Yes, I can. Yes, I can a can as a canner can a can. There you go. Yes, Porsche Sport, the jokes are getting worse indeed. Sorry. You're going to have to deal with it. Right then. Kobe Klaas is watching his class leader overtake Steve Kleiss. And Kleiss has got his eyes on Klaas. As they go around to turn 1, plenty of curb there. Or maybe a bit too much curb. Bit of damage on the front right of this car still as well, so maybe not working to the best of its ability. It's intriguing though, isn't it? Because some of these cars, they do get damaged sometimes, and we can visually see it, and you can tell that it's not quite there, but some of the cars seem to be more affected by the same visual amount of damage than others are, if that makes sense.
It does make sense, at least to me it does. And I think one aspect is the visual damage that is often the aerodynamic damage, of course, affects downforce, affects drag and such. But I think the underlying structural damage to, say, suspension or the engines isn't always visible from the outside. And I think that that's also the explanation as to why two seemingly identical hits can give quite different sorts of damage to the car.
Yeah, some of them, I mean, we've seen slight touches with the wall before that really do amplify in terms of how much damage they give out, but then other times, you know, we've seen cars have huge hits, haven't we, that have carried on racing, and we've just been blown away by the fact that it can still go. Josh Malin, you could see there, I want to ride on board with Josh for a lap because he just seems to be absolutely on it at the moment. I've seen a lot of Josh's racing ventures, and I know that he's very involved with Mike Epps as well, previous British Touring Car Championship driver, teammate of mine at Zancho Simsport as well, as far as I know. Fabrice Cornelis, your race leader, is in the pit lane, maybe handing over to Cohen Klopman. But that's very late for a pit stop. Maybe just bragging, or maybe he's just stopped to type something in chat, maybe. And he's taking tyres, though, but they just want the car in tip-top shape to the end, I suppose.
It's a good question. Of course, they can afford it time-wise, so it might also be just a question of saying, okay, the tires are getting really worn, the car's getting super difficult to drive, and let's just stay safe here.
Yeah, may as well. You know, if you've got the time in hand, you may as well do it. As Leslie Arts does the fastest lap of the race for that team. Last time around doing a 1:12.03. Fastest lap of the race overall is a 1:10.96 by Fabrice Cornelis, which he didn't do too long ago. It was within the last hour. But at the moment, your current leaders are Fabrice Cornelis and Urano Esports in the Radicals, Josh Malin and BMS Esport by Vibe Esport on his debut. Fantastic stuff from Josh and his teammate as well, Karakulis. Diego Hames leading it with Flemish Simsports Black on their way to take the championship, and Keanu Bourguignon 12.7 seconds clear of Mathieu Detry in the TCR class. Flemish Simsports, though, not on their way to the championship because Mathieu Detry is going to take that title for Optimal Sim Racing Blue if the race does not change in the next 14 minutes. And William Chadwick has gone off again, Hasse.
Oh.
I think he's been pushing this car a bit too hard now. What do you think?
Yeah, I think you are right.
Oh,
You're
never
right
mind.
there, Chaz. Oh, he got touched.
Sorry, William. I take that back entirely. I owe you a beer. That was the 36 car, wasn't it? Leslie Arts. Although
VR, it was Leslie Arts and the VR racing machine indeed.
after doing their fastest lap of the race, he decides to shove a Porsche out of the way. Give it the full experience.
Might be getting caught up with it a little bit as well as charging, but they're 3 laps down on the car. Currently in second. It's the J&W Traxxas car coming around the number 9 machine right about now, actually. And but they're also around a lap up on Johan van den Akker. Here's Kobe Klaas, who's still chasing Steve Kleiss in the 13 car up ahead. And
Now,
this battle just could indeed go to the wire here.
it could indeed. Now, Kobe Class is 8th in class, which is car number 8. So that's a nice little theme. And it'll really hurt my OCD if he gets past Steve Kleiss here.
He gets a good run though. Oh, and there's the 25 up ahead.
Hello, that was close.
Klaas tries to switch to the inside, but Kleiss, well timed indeed. Look at Kobe Klaas here getting a very good line coming into the final corner. Gets a much better run here. And Steven Kleiss might be in a tough spot here. Breaks later though and gets a nice and late apex and a 30-second stop and go Chaz to Leslie Ertz, and that 3rd place.
That could be important, that. I'm not sure whether that'll change the battle, because Johan van den Akker is 2 minutes behind, so...
Yeah, it's not going to change it.
No, it's not going to be enough. It'll only lose them about a minute, really, in terms of the entire pit stop time, so it's not too bad, really. They're not going to lose a podium spot, at least by the look of it, but yeah, this battle, once again, Porsches all the way through this race, consistently battling together. It's just great stuff to watch. These cars just naturally generate amazing racing, don't they?
They really, really do. And there's also a very close battle at the moment, Chaz, between the 2 Radeon TCR machines, I believe. Yes, here they are indeed. The 32. Well, that's...
Yes, Lawrence Klute, sorry, the CCTS car.
Oh, yeah. Of course, that's my mistake. But Niels de Kuiper, at least I got one of the cars right here. The 32 machine of Niels de Kuiper. And Lawrence Klute in the 18 machine fighting out for 4th place as well. The 19 car gets a 30-second stop and go for a bit of contact.
That's Attila C-Pass.
That's Attila C-Pass, and that's something I don't recall having seen, at least... No. I just have to wonder just at what happened here.
It's not this. Yeah,
No,
they were
that's
starting
just...
at the moment. Whoa, nice save.
What?
I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued as to what that was, but either way, he's in the pits now and sorting that out. But yes, you were right. TCR battle hotting up once again.
Yeah, very much so. And with just around 10 minutes to decide it, this could get very hot indeed, depending on how hard the drivers decide to race it, of course. I'm just gonna have a look, or I can't. I'm getting used to broadcasting these things myself, Chaz. I was just clicking like, why isn't changing the cameras? Come on, I want to watch this battle. But William Chadwick is a minute and a half down on Attila C-Pass or what, so I don't think he's gonna be able to close it down. Oh, he just went past. So, never mind that, and William Chadwick gains a position with the stop and go there at the 19 car.
He's got his teammate right in front of him now as well. Josh Malin, who has lapped the car that's right behind William Chadwick on track, who is about to lap him. If that makes sense. So these are on different laps now. So Josh Malin is on lap 169. Maxime van den Hove is on lap 168, and William Chadwick is on lap 167. So 3 cars right together on track, different laps, and for God's sake, Fabrice. He's done the fastest lap of the race again. A 1:10.854. There's 10 minutes left to go in this race. The track may be getting cooler in fairness because it's getting later in the day.
He just took fresh tires as well, remember, Chaz, on his last pit stop. Just about, what is that, 15 minutes ago or so. So it would make sense that with a light car, low fuel load, and fresh tires, he would, of course, be able to go very quickly. And he just makes me wonder, did they take a fast repair as well? Or does it, I think they might have. I'm not quite sure.
I think they might have done earlier. I remember the front corner of the car being buckled up a little bit more than that.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Although, you know, if they if they win this race now, they will have only been 1 point off getting maximum points in this championship because they didn't get the fastest lap of the race at Donington.
Yeah.
They've got
that's true.
Fastest lap and pole at Spa, Road America and Zolder. And it looks like they're going to get that here as well. But 1 point off maximum points is just amazing domination, isn't it? Really is.
Yeah, it is. It really is. Jonathan Poulet asked which race we prefer.
Oh, no.
That battle as Lawrence Klutz goes into the wall. And we'll have to answer that question in a short moment. And I'm afraid that could cost a penalty indeed, because it is not the most elegant of overtaking maneuvers. Proper touring car move, you could say. Maybe more at home in an oval race over there. But a bit of argy-bargy, to say the least. And a late incident, late heartbreak for Lawrence Klutz there.
Be intrigued to see what happens penalty-wise. We'll have to wait and see. Nick Stupa's had an issue, I'm afraid. There'll be any moment now where he's going to catch that inside curb. Where is he, actually? Looks all right round there. Just loses it on the gravel. No? Oh, no, don't say it's 3 turn 1. He's been back. He's been off the track for quite a while since it happened. There's a lot of curb there. He seems fine. Is it just this left-hander again? They've had a lot of troubles here throughout the race, haven't they?
They have indeed. It's not the first time we've seen. No, he's very late.
Wow.
Very, very late on the brakes indeed. And that is a big knock to the tires. Right hand rear corner of the car takes the hit here for Nick Stoop.
It just doesn't look like it slowed down, did it? Not at all.
No, I think, like, it looks to me, he might have thought he was coming into turn 4 and not turn 2, to be honest. This turn 4 turns a little bit less. It seems to be faster, but they're very similar. Run into the corners, very similar. Looks very similar indeed, and it's confusing indeed. But, and another problem for Lawrence Klutz.
Nals de Kuiper got a stop-and-go penalty for that. So Lawrence Klutz will get that position back. There is Nals de Kuiper coming into the pits then. Coming back to the question from Jonathan Poulet, which race did you prefer? This one's been one of the most dramatic. I think Spa was very good. Donington was a fantastic season opener. That was just like this, really, wasn't it? It was chaotic. But
yeah, Road America for me stands out also as a very good race. We had some fantastic battling as well. Down there, but it's Josh Malin.
Yep.
What's happened here? It's gonna be the outside catching him out. It's not the first time it's happened. And he touches the wall. But only ever so slightly. Gets out the way of Reese Cornelis again. Oh my God! But Josh Malin's gonna be very, very happy. And there was a comfortable cushion down to Tim Greben and the Vapor Shop car, because that could have been a moment of heartbreak indeed for the 344.
I think he went off again after this, He did. The very next corner. Because I was going to say he was suddenly with loads of traffic then, and then we went back to him and he was all on his own. So he's just overheated the tyres in that slide and then, yeah, gone to there. In terms of which race, though, yeah, you're right. Road America's been good. Zolder wasn't as fantastic as previous races there. As Jonathan says, though, the battle in TCR was great.
But the battle in TCR has been great every time, though,
yeah,
to be
true.
fair.
nicely. That was scary. Donington, I think, was made more interesting by the fact that we were still learning the drivers, the teams, the liveries, and all of that. Everything was all very new and shiny while all of the chaos was going on. And there was a bit of a fun factor of trying to spot who was going to be quick this season and who was going to be a bit more of a challenge to race with. And, you get to know all the drives at that point. I think I might have to say Donington, other than this race has had it all. There's been fantastic racing. There's been some questionable moves, some questionable moments, drama, championship deciding stuff. I think I'm going to have to say Mosport. It's really turned out to be a dramatic and very important race meeting for this championship, as we knew it would be.
I have to wonder, Chaz, what's going on for Matthew Detry, who's I think taken a pit stop more by now than Keanu Borgignon, and that gap is up to 40-some seconds by now. So
yeah, he pitted on lap 154. He's on his 161st lap now, so not too long ago.
Yeah. I was just going to wonder.
Goossens has got past the Kuiper.
He's past the Kuiper, and Klutz was in the pit before with the penalty. But
no, it was the Kuiper that pitted.
Oh, it was the Kuiper, of course. Yeah, sorry.
So now we actually do have the two radio cars together again. So it's almost like you cursed it by saying, "Here we go."
Yeah.
Commentators cursed it. Love it. Well, we only have 2.5 minutes left to go of not just this race, but this championship, everybody. If you are still in chat, then just to reflect Jonathan Poulet's question, what's been your favourite moment this season? Let us know in the chat. It'd be great to hear everybody's fond memories of this season. We've really enjoyed it and hope you have too. Bart Levens will have enjoyed this. The BMS car, he's gone a little bit deep. Ready? Rallying. I love watching the Audis just sort of glide across the grass. It's not the most elegant car in the world, but it just decides to make the sound of music, Charlie Cox would say. Thomas Hellemans has had another moment. Oh, that is very much on the edge of going straight and hitting it in the wall, isn't it, Hasse? But
yeah.
In fairness, what's your favourite race been, would you reckon?
Yeah, as I said, tough one. Road America, this one has been good. Donington was great. Spa was great. Spa is always great, though, and it's a little different because, first of all, of course, every driver, especially in a series like this, Belgian series, every driver is going to be so well familiar with what's up and down in a track like Spa. Spa also gives a little more space. It's wider. Longer straights, a little less chaotic, and makes for some different racing, while the four other tracks actually has been surprisingly similar in how the race has turned out in the end. But it's for me, it's also very hard to call because we've seen a lot of the same stuff from most of the races. We've seen similar battles. We've seen battles across the classes, pretty much at least, and we've seen plenty of chaos and unpredictability as well. So I'm having a really hard time calling it. But I'm gonna go with Road America. For nothing else, because of some of those incidents we saw at the kink that turned to be some real drama as well, and a few really good overtakes. But it could have been any of the races except for Zolder. Strangely enough, we've had some really good races at Zolder earlier in this season, but I think it's ever so slightly a disappointment this season, at least compared to what it's been before.
No, I agree. I do agree. It's a shame, but it was a great venue. But this, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be the final lap of the championship. Fabrice Cornelis knows it, and he is slowing the car down to just savour the moment. This team has won every race this season. They've been on pole for every race this season. Urano Esports are your champions and your race winners at Mosport. Incredible stuff all season from Fabrice Cornelis and his teammate Koen Klopman. Donuts are not advised there. My God. Oh, that poor Audi. That poor Audi. Now, where are your current class leaders? I'm just having a check where they are. Who is nearest to the line? I believe it's Diego Hames. It is going to be Diego Hames. for Flemish Simsports Black. All they needed to do tonight was outscore the Ecris car. What they've done is outscore the Ecris car. They've also outscored everybody else because they are going to take the race win. And it gives me great pleasure to say that Flemish Simsports Black take the GT4 Championship in the Virtual Belcar Winter Series. Amazing drive and very well deserved. I think you can definitely agree there, Hasse.
Yeah, indeed. It's been a super season for him.
Josh, by the way.
Josh Malin takes the checkered flag as well. Flies under the radar, but what a race, what a debut, and what a way to enter the series by taking a win for the 344 car. And meanwhile, Flemish Simsports White takes the flag as well in TCR. Though the championship title is going to go to this car, the 118 Optimal Racing.
Awesome stuff. They can be ripping the handbrake up. You've got to love it. We see the guys in the Simracersworld TCR series drift these lot a load after each race, and it's so much fun. If you do map the handbrake button, it works so well. I hope he tries to. Yeah, fantastic stuff. Very well deserved by the Optimal Sim Racing Blue guys, and also Christoph Race. He managed to get the car back out there. Hats off to these guys. There's 20 more minutes of repairs. He's very determined, but oh my, Fabrice Cornelis. What can you say about this team, mate? They've just been unbelievable again this season, and a very, very deserving champion.
Yeah, it's been, you know, I find it very, very rare that we have a team or a driver in our series where we just think, oh, they're, you know, quite probably just gonna win, you know, and we can safely say, you know, because, you know, there's always a probability that the good drivers are gonna win, but I think rarely do we see someone as consistent, as safe, and still as fast as these drivers have been through, and yeah, that is, it's been the most deserving deal.
It really has, and something else that's been very deserving is Josh Malin and his teammate as well, Karakulis, in the BMS Esport by Vibe Esport machine. What a fantastic debut in the championship to take a win like that. Beautiful in-sync donuts there between the two Porsches. Look at that. You've got to love that. Well, Mosport's been a brilliant venue for the final round of the championship, and it has been so entertaining to watch. Flemish Simsports Black win the GT4 Championship. We have Bingle by Simtag EMG winning the Porsche Cup Championship. And in the TCRs, it is Optimal Sim Racing Blue, Flemish Simsports White taking the final win of the season. What a season it's been, and what a final race of the championship it's been as well. Hasse and I will go over the different classes for you now with their individual results. Urano Esports take the overall win again by Traxxas. J&V Services second. Even after that late accident, they did very well to finish there. VR Racing Quick Motors, they got a podium out of that. They'll be really pleased with that, considering how tough they found the Radical to get used to. So hats off to the boys there. Great job. Traxxas by JWS Motorsport, Car 4, P4. Dynamics Radical Racing, unfortunately missed out on a podium after a wheel issue. And then Graphite Racing Belcar finished a long way down in 6th place. Edge Esports in 7th. That's a great place to do donuts by Brown Class. Just the TCR car goes TCR car goes sideways in the background. Sorry, backwards in the background. That's one of the more entertaining shots I've ever seen. VR Racing Quick Motors car didn't take the start, but then Hasse, my wonderful colleague, will take you through the Porsche Cup class.
It shall be my pleasure, and it's been a great race, as Chaz said. A victory for the 344 car, the BMS Esports by Vibe Esports machine, ahead of Vapor Shop RDR Motorsports with a 111 and Optimal Sim Racing with the number 20 car rounding off the podium. GTE Racing misses out, but only just. And the 99 car, the number 9, gets 5th, and the 19 gets 6th indeed. It's 7th in the end for the number 8 car of Dynamics Racing Optica, and the number 13, ever unlucky indeed, gets 8th on the day. The 66 GHKE Racing by T2 Racing gets 9th. Flemish Simsports Yellow must have been yelling 999 tonight. They've had a very poor night indeed, and a very unlucky one, to say the least. Same goes for the 11 car, retiring for the first time I think we've ever seen it there, the bingo by Simtag EMG. Very used to seeing them at the top of the field, but deserved champions nonetheless of this series they are. And last but not least, the BMS Esports GT3 Cup 2 Belcar, the number 34 car and 12. And now to the GT4's Chaz.
Indeed, Flemish Simsports Black take a flawless final win of the season, and with it, the championship title. Sim Formula Europe finish in second place, the only other car on the lead lap. Team MRS get a good third place, and for the final time this season, I get to say brab, finish in fourth place. Flemish Simsports Red are fifth ahead of B-Sim Racing. Decipit Racing Team 7th. Skylimit Racing for Zolder had a bit of a rough ride there, finishing 8th, 4 laps down. Then it's the Roaring Chicken Nuggets, making me want a Mackies every single time I broadcast the series. BMS Esport, GT4 Belcar, they finish in 10th. Greenleaf Racing Green, 13 laps down in 11th. JJ Motorsport, 79 laps down after retiring. And unbelievably, the team that came into this the final round of the championship leading it, Chris Motorsport, finished 13th and last, 117 laps down. Such a rough evening for them. And Hasse, the final class, by no means least though, one of the most entertaining all season, the TCR cars.
Yes, indeed. And the win being picked up by Flemish Simsports White, the number 14 car, ahead of the championship winning 118 machine for Optimal Sim Racing Blue. BMS Esports TCR 1 Belcar, the number 23 car, gets third ahead of CCTS Esports Belcar. The two Red Alien cars, 5th and 6th, ahead of Optimal Sim Racing Purple. And then the two BMS TCR machines, 8th and 9th, rounding off.
Thank you very much, mate. Well, we have a couple of interviews to do, as we'll get to. We've got to wait for my sim to decide that it wants to load things now. You ready? Ready? It will do it. Here we go. So, obviously, we need to start out with the team that has just won the championship and the driver that has helped get them there, basically. Fabrice, sorry, mate. I mean, I've got a lump in my throat. Fabrice Cornelis, you must be very pleased again, mate. It's been another flawless season for you. That looked like a very exciting last race to have, though.
I'm sweating, man. I'm really gonna ride to iRacing to put Mosport in every multi-class race from now on. This was so much fun. This was so much fun, really. I enjoyed every minute of this race.
I was going to say, like, even towards the end, you know, you did the fastest lap of the race in the last 10 minutes of the flipping race. You know, you just always, you and Cohn both looked like you were completely on it and just carving through the traffic, you know, picking the right moments, just stay flat and just fling to the right. People in the chat were saying they don't know how you do it. I mean, is there any particular secret, or is it just down to good judgment, do you reckon?
I think it's just by doing a lot of races. In the past, I've always run the LMP classes in the special events, so I think it's mostly by that. Like LMP1 and LMP2 were always my favorite cars, so
yeah,
you just need to feel a bit where to put the car in some time and sometimes not, and yeah, it helps. Yeah.
Yeah, it certainly looks like the sort of thing that you'd need a bit of practice for, that's for sure, because I imagine it's not easy. In terms of the team effort, though, you know, you and Cohn have been a very solid unit all season. Were there any moments where you thought there was any sign of weakness, or did you feel confident all the way through?
Yeah, I don't know. It was sometimes the competition was quite tough. Like today, Cedric was quite fast and gave us some pressure at some points, but overall, I think we had quite a good championship, and yeah, brought back the car always in a good shape. Just missing 1 point from like maximum points, but yeah, that qualifying in Donington, I will never forget that.
Oh, of course, it was actually the yeah, I couldn't figure out whether it was the qualifying or the fastest lap. I've been saying that it's because you didn't get fastest lap, but it was quali, wasn't it? You were second, weren't you?
Yeah, it was quali. I was behind Erind with like 1/10, I think it was even. But yeah.
Either way, amazing stuff all season long, mate, from you and from Cohn as well. Very well done from all of us here at Simracersworld TV, and I'm sure all the championship organisers will be along to give you their congrats as well. Is there anybody you'd like to give a quick shout out to while you're on the stream?
Yeah, for sure. First of all, Urano Esports, thanks a lot for putting this car in the championship. Huawei, Hankook Media, HP, and Urano itself. But then also, Ronald, Andy for organizing this championship. It's been the second season and it's been quite fun, putting Belgium a bit more in sim racing. Also, you guys for broadcasting. And yeah, that's it. And Koen, of course. Oh my god, I'm such a bad teammate. Every time I forget Koen. Thanks a lot to Koen for all the effort the whole season. He's done a brilliant job every time, so thanks a lot to him also. I'm looking forward next season again with him.
Us too, mate. Us too. We really look forward to seeing you back to defend the crown. But again, well done, Fabrice. It's been amazing to watch you this season. Have yourselves a good night, and we'll see you very soon, mate.
See you.
Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Brilliant stuff there from Fabrice Cornelis. And a man that took his debut in the championship tonight to an absolutely amazing other level. Josh Malin joins me in the chat. Josh, I've been keeping an eye on some of your racing ventures in the real world recently. I saw your name pop up for this one and thought, well, this will be interesting. But were you expecting a race quite like that? You absolutely smashed it.
No, not quite. I mean, first off, I'd like to thank my teammate George Karakoulas. He did some fantastic sort of setup work on the car, and it just made the car really, really sweet to drive. I'm sure it didn't go unnoticed that I made a couple of mistakes.
Oh, we caught them, don't worry.
Yeah, I thought so. But yeah, no, it was a really enjoyable race, and having watched of the Belcar series races before, I thought it was something really sort of interesting to get involved with, and yeah, it really paid off, and I really enjoyed my my stint today.
It certainly looked like a fun circuit to get that car around, and like you say, with tweaks to the setup, that's the key thing around any track in that car, isn't it? Because it sort of floats over the surface, doesn't it? I mean, everyone says Porsches are always drivers' cars because of the layout of them having the engines so far back, but they are really lively, aren't they, in this sort of situation?
Yeah, I mean, you have to trail brake these cars so much, and it's really easy to swap the rear end, especially going into a braking zone or even just locking up front wheel. I made that mistake going, I think it was just before like the back straight on one lap out, and I just went straight into the wall because I just missed the braking point, and that was it. So it's very much on a knife edge, this car, but once you hit that sweet spot with the setup, then it's a really, really fantastic car to drive.
And what did you make of multi-class around Mosport? I mean, it's not something we often see, but it seemed like a daring but brilliant combination. I mean, it was very entertaining from up here.
Yeah, it was. There were a few brown pants moments. I mean, the radicals, the speed difference for the radicals and the 911s, the speed difference is so big. You sometimes like sort of try and follow them. Yeah. Especially going round sort of the second to last turn. It's trying to sort of, it's very aero dependent around there, and the radicals take it almost flat.
It's
and
scary, isn't it?
Yeah, and you just see them like sort of go off into the distance. You're just there like, oh, I'm in a Porsche that's like 600, 700 kilos heavier with less aero. So you wonder why you're slow around the corners. But it was really enjoyable. Again, it really kept you on your toes. And it's something that I'll definitely be returning to do in the future.
Well, we really look forward to having you again, Josh. It's been fantastic to watch, and a great debut performance, mate. To take the win in something like this, I mean, you know it yourself as much as the people that watch. It's not an easy series. It's very competitive. The level of driving in this is just unreal. So very, very well done. It's been a fantastic thing to watch. Is there anybody you'd like to give a quick shout out to while you're on the stream?
No, thank you. I mean, I've just a shout out to my real world sponsors, Damien from the Car Guys, who helps me with my real world racing, and also digitalmotorsports.com for the sim gear that they've helped me provide. And yeah, thanks to Belcar for hosting a fantastic race, and I really enjoyed it.
Awesome stuff. Great to see you, Josh. Good to speak to you as well after following your ventures for so long, and hopefully we'll get a chance to speak again soon, mate. Thank you.
Fingers crossed, Chaz. Cheers, mate.
Cheers.
See you later.
Thank you. Fantastic stuff. Absolutely top guy there, Josh Malin, and making a wonderful, wonderful debut as well. And we're joined now by some newly crowned champions, Diego Hames and Robin DeVille from Flemish Simsports join us. Diego, just starting with you, mate. You managed a wonderful stint in that race, a wonderful couple of stints as well. How do you feel now that you finally got the championship crown?
Yeah,
It was an exciting championship. We had some bad races like Spa and Road America. But after that, we did some good races. We dominated Zolder and this one. It's really great to finish first. Yeah, we didn't expect it to be that easy the last race, but our contenders for the championship, they had some issues in the race and they quitted the race, so that made it a lot easier for us. And yeah, Sanne did a great stint, which made it a lot easier for me and Robin. And yeah, it was a great championship.
It certainly looked like it. And Robin, same goes for you, mate. You know, well done from everybody here. You must have really enjoyed that last one because, I mean, Mosport, it's always a fun track to drive, isn't it? Albeit challenging.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, it's quite a handful, but I quite enjoy it, to be honest. Like Diego said, we didn't expect it to be like this, like a kind of a walk in the park, but yeah, I enjoyed it a lot. I enjoyed the whole championship a lot. It's very well organized. Yeah, great racing, great broadcast. Kudos to you guys.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And now you guys come out as champions as well. I mean, I probably already know the answer to this question, but in upcoming seasons, will we see you guys back to defend your title?
Yeah, sure.
I believe so. I think we're quite fond of the Cayman, so I think we'll stick with the car. Well, you will see us back.
Awesome stuff. Well, the livery certainly suits it as well, boys. It's a good-looking bit of kit, and it seems to go well in your hands, so very well done. Diego, starting with you, mate. Do you want to give anybody a quick shout-out while you're here?
Yeah, sure. Thanks to Kim for giving us the chance to drive this series, and thanks to Senna and Robin. They are amazing teammates. And thanks for the broadcast and the organization. It's a really nice championship.
No problem at all. And Robin, any thanks from you, buddy?
Yeah, kudos to everyone at Flemish, and especially Diego and Senna. It was a great team effort, and I hope to do this again.
Cracking stuff. Well, very well done, boys. Have yourselves a drink on me this evening and celebrate your championship win, and hopefully we'll see you very, very soon.
All right,
Cheers.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. Thank
Bye-bye.
you.
Bye-bye.
Great stuff there. And from one champion to another, joining us in the box right now is your newly crowned TCR champion. Mathieu Detry is in here with us now from the Optimal Sim Racing Blue machine. Mathieu, you must be really, really pleased with that because, I mean, you guys won a lot of the races as the thing went on, but it was never easy, was it, this championship?
Yeah, for sure. We win 3 races and 2-time P2. Yeah, almost the perfect season. It's a shame the car T-Drive doesn't drive all the season because that will be a great battle with Flemish BMS and this car. So yeah.
I mean, Hasse and I have really enjoyed the championship fight with you guys because, I mean, with some of the other classes, like, no disrespect to them, but like with the Radicals and the Porsches, you had some very, very standout teams that we sort of knew might win. But with you guys, it all seemed like you had your own favourite tracks here and there. It was just a case of who got lucky and who had the best strategy over the race. Did you feel that it was the same, that they were all very, very even?
Yeah, we just do our best all the time, and we just managed to do a good strategy, do not mistake, not too much off track for the penalty. So yeah.
And what did you make of driving the Audi around Mosport? It's not the easiest circuit in the world, and it doesn't really favour front-wheel drive cars, does it?
To be honest, I never drive this track before, so I just know it with the Audi RS3. But yeah, a lot of damage for the front tires, so not easy to stay on track. But yeah, it was fun.
Well, it certainly looked like it, mate, and to come out of it as well with the championship crown, you must be very, very pleased. Are we going to see you back again if they do another series of this?
Yeah, for sure. Maybe next championship we can come back for defend our title.
Well, fingers crossed. We look forward to certainly seeing that, mate. While you're here, is there anybody you'd like to give a quick shout out to while you're on stream?
Yeah, shout out to all my mates of Optimal, and to big up to my mate Jonathan. Did a mega job all the season.
Brilliant stuff. Well, very well done, Matthew. Great to speak to you, mate, and hopefully we'll see you next time round. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Cheers. Well, Hasse, end of the season, end of the race. What a fantastic season. I mean, how on earth can we round that up, mate? It's been a hell of a lot of fun. So, of course, thank you for joining me on it. But there's not many words to cover that, are there?
No, and the pleasure's been all mine, Chaz. It's been so much fun indeed, and it's been a moving championship to follow along. It's been quite a ride, and it's been really entertaining as well. I'm just glad I've had the privilege of being here along for the ride.
Indeed, mate. Same here. It certainly has been a lot of fun. So, to recap then, Fabrice Cornelis and Koen Klopman for Urano Esports take the championship overall, and in the Radical class, Bingoal by Simtag EMG win your Porsche Cup class in the number 11 machine. They were on track when we reversed it back through the replay, so there you go. Flemish Sim Sports Black win the GT4 category after taking a wonderful couple of wins towards the end of the season. And after second place today, Matthew Detry and his team at Optimal Sim Racing Blue take the TCR honours as well. But that, unfortunately, is all we have time for here in the Virtual Belcar Winter Series of 2020 and 2021. Thank you, everybody that's been watching all season. Thank you to everybody at Simracersworld TV that's helped us put this on. Thank you to all the guys that organised the championship, and of course all the drivers as well. It would not happen without you all. And of course, do remember to subscribe and like the videos here on Simracersworld TV. You'll catch future series we do. Thanks again to my good mate Hasse Rømer. You've been an absolute star this season, mate, and I think we've done a very wonderful job, if I do say so myself. But it's been a lot of fun. Thank you very much for your time, everybody. Have a wonderful evening, and we will see you again very, very soon. Good night.